maybe let me be very careful in the words that I use. I'm suspecting in my own assessment, due to the persistence of the nature of these messages, that this is now him wanting me to go over and above compliance. He wanted me to go over and above compliance in terms of this matter. Whether it's checking whether they've made it to the next stage or whatever, I don't know, Chair. I don't want to speculate on that, but that I did realize that it was over and above compliance. But in all fairness as well, it doesn't expressly say that. So I can't jump the gun and start conflict where there shouldn't be. So what I decide to do is stick to the initial narrative as per our discussion 148. And the initial discussion was, please check compliance. He pretends like he doesn't know that I said he doesn't. I will also pretend like I will check for you. This is leading me to 177. Was it the smartest approach in dealing with the matter and taking the easier route at this stage in this forum? No, it was not. But that was my understanding at this stage, Chair. Secondly, I was not cooperating with him, Commissioner. I was not cooperating with him. I could not cooperate with him. There was nothing I could do to check any compliance or to interfere in the process. I also did not do anything to suggest with the objective evidence that we are looking at, Chair, that I interfered in this process. I'm explaining the context of that, taking into account the sequence of events from that point in time. So I respectfully, Chair, don't agree with the notion that I was intentionally cooperating. He was playing like a fool. I also played like a fool. Was it the smartest strategy to use to get out this conundrum? It wasn't. Did it assist me in the long run? It did, Chair. Not a single time from here moving forward does he ever ask me about this. So me sitting here, he either understands on his side when he reads this that yes, this guy's really going to help me, or he says, this guy's playing me for a fool, and he leaves the matter. I don't know. But that's my version of events.
Mr. Chaskalson?
No, there are two things, sorry, Mr. Chaskalson. Chair asked you a question, where in the text does Sergeant Nkosi ask you to check compliance? And you have not responded to that. So can you please show Chair where in the text does he ask you to check compliance? And then my question was, you create the impression that it is Sergeant Nkosi who's initiating these discussions. But if you look at 157, it is you who's making multiple calls to him before he sends you that list. It's very early in the morning. It's almost like the first thing you do when you wake up. You make several phone calls to him. And after the third phone call, he then sends you the list, which goes to Chair's point that you requested this and he sent it to you. But now when you respond, you act as if he's the one who's harassing you and persistently sending you this text. But almost every single one of them is preceded by a phone call between you and him, during which phone call you could have easily clarified and said, stop sending me this, there's nothing I can do about this. So please respond to Chair's question first. Where in the text does Sergeant Nkosi ask you to check for compliance? And then secondly, deal with my issue that in every instance, he's not harassing you. You've actually called him, and immediately after the phone call, he sends you the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. I think firstly, I referred the Commission to 148 and 149. And this is the start of these discussions. Terms of requesting or modes of communication that are in front of us is two ways. The first mode of communication would be via a telephonic phone call. A second mode of communication would be via an SMS. In this instance, I did say to the Commissioner, to the Chair, as well as yourself, Commissioner Khumalo, that the phone call on 149 that took place at 126, well, 326, is when we had a discussion clarifying the above. We'll go back to 148. On 148, he sends me the list of those entities and two other messages from there. I don't respond to him. He calls me once. Clearly, I don't pick up because I see he says Mfwetu, and he calls me a third time. That for me, from my recollection or what would normally happen is I probably didn't answer because I was busy with something. I then call him back.
Sorry, Mr. Mnisis, just before you go too far so that I understand you. You refer us to page 149
Yes.
at 126. What do you say is the relationship between 149 and what you're discussing at 148?
Yes. So on 148, he sends me the list of the companies.
Yes,
At 149, we have a discussion on that.
yes.
This is where we have a discussion, and this is where he clarifies to me that he wants me to assist in checking compliance. So the mode of communication might not have been in writing, but there was a telephonic phone call, from my recollection, where he explained why he's sending me the list of these companies.
So let's keep this short then. There is no text or WhatsApp where he says to you in writing, please check compliance.
Yes, and I didn't say there was a text, Commissioner
No,
Kumar.
that's why I wanted to clarify. I'm asking the question so that we are on the same page. There is no text where he says to you, please check compliance. Yes or no?
Commissioner,
Yes or no, Mr. Mnisi? There is no text, yes, or there is.
Commissioner, please allow me to express myself because I need to explain to the Commission. I need to explain what happened. And I'm explaining to the Commission that there are two modes of communication.
Are we going to get to the other mode? For now, I'm asking about the text. That's why if you answer the question, we can move to another mode, and I will allow you. To be fair to you, I'm going to give you a chance to talk about the phone calls. So let's deal with the issue of the text first. There is no text where Sergeant Nkosi asks you to check compliance.
Yes, Commissioner,
Yes,
I
now
did say that. There's no text.
Yes, now deal with your other mode that you wanted
I've
to deal with.
explained to the Commission that the second mode was a phone call, which happened on page 149, where he explains to me why he's sending me those companies. And this is where the issue of compliance comes on board.
Yes. Now, the other issue was, even on 148, before he sends you a list of companies, there's a phone call from you to him. And it continues on 154, it's the same story. 177 is the same story. It's not as if out of the blue he sends you things. There's a phone call you initiate that precedes this text that he sends to you about the companies. Just look at 148, for example. Immediately before the list of companies, there is a call from you to him. Do you see that?
Chair, indeed. Me and this guy used to speak all the time, and it's evident from the chats. There are more than, I think, 390 chats. He was my friend. It's the honest truth. But that phone call that you are referring to has no relation whatsoever to that message that's there. That message that's there is sent about 30 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, down the line. And I'm trying to explain to you that what relates to this message, the preceding phone call on 149, where he explains to me what he's looking for. This is now answering the first part of your question, because the first part of your question was, I did not respond to the chairperson when he asked me, where is it in writing? So I want to now move on, with your permission, Commissioner, on 157.
Please look at 148 and also 154, because my focus was really on 154, that what preceded those messages on the on the 25th, sorry, where were we? 157. What preceded those messages on the 25th was 3 phone calls that you initiated on the 25th of March, 2025.
What page is that?
157.
Okay, so we're on 157.
Yes, and then immediately after those 3 phone calls, he sends you the list of the security companies.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
But why, Chair, would you assume that I'm the one requesting for entities by virtue of these phone calls? I mean, it's evident that Sergeant Kose now would speak on a regular basis. And I wouldn't feel it's fair for us to assume by virtue of phone calls and create an alignment on certain situations. It is not objective, Chair, at this point in time.
Let me tell you why it's objective. If I call you at 6:02 a.m.,
80.
if I call you at 6:02 a.m. and you and I talk on the phone, and then 10 minutes later, you send me a list without any description, without any narrative, just a list of names. It seems to me that it flows that the discussion was about you sending me the list. That's why the next thing I would do is send you the list. Because if it's a completely different discussion, I would introduce that discussion and say, oh, by the way, there's this other issue. But if all I do is send you a list of names following the discussion on the phone, then those two things are linked. It's human nature, Mr. Mnisi. We are all human beings. We use telephones. That's how human beings communicate with each other. It's not rocket science.
Commissioner, I want to disagree with you that respectfully, and my reason for disagreeing is that Sergeant Kose and I engaged on a number of matters, and some of those engagements was as a result of the friendship relationship that we had developed over time. Hence, would have a number of discussions, and it was not linked to this. On this matter, Chair, I'm trying to present the sequence of events and what really occurred from the best of my recollection. From the best of my recollection, I would never and I would not induce him to send me a list of companies to break the law. I would never do that, Chair, and I did not do that.
Very briefly, Mr. Chaskalson, on something quite smallish. Can you go to page 158? At the top, he says sharpen 482 and you say 482. Would I be correct to say that when you say 482 like that, you basically mean thank you? Or not really?
Chairman, 158, the
Yes,
second chat from
top
the top.
of the page, yes. He says sharpen 482 and you say 482. Would that not either be a thank you or an acknowledgement?
No, would be me saying I have arrived. We were supposed to meet at a specific venue, as you'll see beforehand. So when he says sharp mfwetu, and when I say mfwetu, I'm saying I've arrived. Because immediately after that, I explained that I've arrived. It was not a form of acknowledgement. It was me telling him I've arrived where we're supposed to meet.
Oh, okay. All right, let me take you to page 157 then. I just wanted to understand your use of mfowethu. Let me take you to 157. Just below the middle of the page, you have another mfowethu there below the two companies or below the two entities. Do you see that mfowethu there?
Yes, Chair.
What does it mean in that context?
So I was triggering a discussion. I'm saying, Mfwetu, can we meet at Jean Avenue? This is sent almost at the same time. I was trying to tell you.
Splitting the texts is a bit confusing. You said the same thing about Mfowethu at 158. The Mfowethu stands all on its own, and it follows him saying sharp Mfowethu. So I thought the Mfowethu was responding to the sharp Mfowethu. Because the text about I've arrived is all on its own. It's the same here as well. You are sent the two names and you say Mfowethu only. And then the text that says, can we meet at Jean Avenue at about 4 is all on its own again.
Yes, Commissioner.
Can you explain why you split these? Let me tell you my understanding. My understanding is that the Mfowethu below the two names at 157 is an acknowledgement of the fact that you've received the two names. That's why it stands all by itself. And then the other one at 158 is just a response to sharp Mfowethu, and you say Mfowethu. It has nothing to do with what comes below that. So the point I wanted to make is, this is merely at 157 an acknowledgement, and I wanted to ask why would you either an acknowledgement or even a thank you? And my question would then have been, why acknowledge the two names, or why thank Sergeant Kosi for the two names? Because I don't understand you linking that Mfowethu, which is standing all by itself, linking it with the following text. Comment?
Yes, Chair. If you look at the times, Chair, 1044, 1044.
I've seen the times. Just like I've seen the times at 158 as well.
So that's how I communicate, Chair. Unfortunately, it's my way of communication. I would have said, Mfowethu, can you meet at Jean Avenue at about 4?
Why not make it continuous in one text?
It's my way of communication, Chair. That's how I communicate, and it's repetitive a number of times, as you can see in these discussions as well. And not only does that happen within this context and this discussion, but if it's an informal discussion There's no need for me to formalize it. With my friends, with my family members, this is exactly how I speak, Chair. If it was a need for me to formalize this, I would have structured it in a formal manner had it been for business, work-related matters. But because this is an individual who is a friend, there's no reason for me to formalize. Hence, this is how I speak. And the alignment between these two is because it's sent at the exact same time. Me saying, Fretu, can we please meet at Gene Avenue at about 4 p.m.? And it so continues in the next chat as well, Chair.
Mr. Mnisikena, I just want to go back to an answer that you gave to the chairperson in a previous question that he asked you. And I want to suggest that you are untruthful in your answer. At 177, that text where you are asked in order of priority, 177, where you're given that list of companies in order of priority, the chairperson asked you who is Mfowethu referred to in that text, and you answered, I don't know. And I want to suggest or put to you that you are untruthful with that answer because you acknowledge this message as being sent to you to check for compliance in order of priority. You accept that this is communicating to you to check in order of priority. So that Mfowethu there is the person that is going on your version to check in order of priority. So you are untruthful, or you were untruthful in your answer to the chair when you say, I don't know who is Mfowethu here. A further reason I say you're untruthful about it is that your constant or repetitive way of communicating with Sergeant Nkosi is you refer to him and he refers to you as Mfowethu. That's what these texts that we have discussed so far indicate. But more importantly for me, at 177, if you acknowledge, as you have done, that text to have been directed at you to check compliance in order of priority, you are the Mfowethu that's going to be doing that checking, because that's what that text says. Do you want to comment?
Yes, please, Honorable Commissioner. I would love to comment. Yes, on a number of occasions, myself and Sergeant Nkosi, I refer to him as Mfowethu. He refers to me as the same. So, Chair, I was not untruthful when I say in the context of this message was sent to me. So I understood that it is directed at me. It is directed at me. It is sent to me. So what I understood with this question when I was answering for the chairperson was that I needed to, he asked me, what was this message sent to you? What was the importance of that firstly? I said, they wanted me to check compliance. He wanted me to check compliance in the order of this priority, the entities that have been listed here. He said to me, to be given to Mfowethu. See, the context on how this has been crafted as well, I'm not sure. What I can assure the committee is that this message is referred to me because it is sent to me. So when I read this message, I was of the understanding that it's sent to me and it was for me to address.
Yes.
I was not truthful. Maybe I didn't understand what the chairperson was saying.
Okay, but you accept that the Mfowethu referred to in this text, it has to be you.
Chair, what I want to accept is that myself and Sergeant Nkosi call each other Mfowethu.
No, that's not my question, Mr. Minister. Don't formulate your question and then answer it. That's not what I've asked you. It's not helpful for our engagement. I've asked you a question, answer my question. My question is, do you accept, therefore, given your explanation, do you accept that the Mfowethu referred to in this text is in fact you? Contrary to what you said to the chair earlier. Earlier you said to the chair, I don't know who this is, right? And I've demonstrated to you why this must be you. And I've concluded by saying you are being untruthful. And you went on to say, well, I didn't understand the question. And that's why I say, so you do accept that the Mfowethu referred to in this text is you. You either say, I don't accept or I do accept, and then we can move on.
Chairperson, I did accept it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chaskalson?
I've sort of lost track of where we've been going in the last hour. It's actually, I think this is the longest period I've ever gone without asking a question. But let me try and regain my bearings. Mr. Mnisi, before we I'm going to have to retrace some of the steps you've covered with the Commission, because with respect, your answers are transparently false. And although the Commissioners have already, I submit, shown that, there's a lot more evidence that shows it too. So I need to go through that. But before I get there, I just want to clarify, on Friday, when I asked you to explain a certain text, you said, oh no, it's an autocorrect error. I'm going to take him off actually meant I was going to take him on. You've looked at these texts quite closely now, and the Commission has taken you through them quite closely. Have you picked up any other autocorrect errors that you'd like me to be aware of before we start down this road?
Chairperson, I think firstly, the indication I see that my answers are false. I must try and firstly address that and respectfully disagree with that, because these are the recollection of the events, and I am trying to take the Commission through what transpired at that point in time. But I suspect, as you did mention, that as and when we go further, we'll have further discussions, maybe towards what's leading you to that inference. But respectfully, I would like to disagree with that inference, that my answers are false. They are not false, Chair. These are the true events on the recollection of my knowledge as per the sequence of what was going on this topic at hand. Your second question is a bit, I've got a pack of 669 pages. So I couldn't, from the top of my head, tell you now, Senior Counsel, what is autocorrect, what is not. So can I respectfully request that as and when we go through this, we'll have a discussion on that, but I wouldn't know at this stage.
No, I'm confining myself to these 4 instances where Sergeant Nkosi sends you names of companies that to the rest of us seem to be the names of the companies he wants to get this tender, but to you seem to be the names of the companies in respect of which he's impermissibly asking you to check compliance. We spent the last hour going through those, you and the Commission. Did you come across any autocorrect errors in those chats, looking at those 4 instances?
I think when I was responding, I was focusing on responding to the questions that the Commissioners were posing. I might not have picked up anything whilst we were having those discussions, Evidence Leader.
Right, but where you actually did respond to a specific text, I can be confident that that text means what it says and wasn't an autocorrect problem.
There were instances where when we looked at a chest, I tried to clarify because of the misunderstanding and the informal nature of the discussions. So I think while the Commissioners were asking questions, there were some points where I tried to explain further, just to give a clear indication of what this actually meant as a result of the highly informal nature of these SMSs. So there are instances of that nature, Evidence Leader, where I'll have to try and explain context further as a result of the informal nature of some of these discussions.
Yeah, now I'm not interested in context. I appreciate that you may need to explain context, but I'm asking a separate question, which is when the message says ABC, are there cases where actually you typed XYZ but autocorrect changed it to ABC? That's what I'm asking, because that's what you suggested on Friday in relation to I'm going to take him off this one. You actually meant I'm going to take him on that one, on this one.
At this stage, I haven't picked up any.
Okay. Well, if you come across any, please let me know as soon as possible. Thanks. As you correctly point out, there are 4 separate instances where Sergeant Nkosi sends you lists of his preferred candidates for this bid. And you've acknowledged at the end of the process that you realize what he wants now is for these people to be appointed, even though at the beginning you were thinking just check for compliance. So let's take the first one, and that's at page 148 of file 3. And when you addressed this, because you preemptively addressed this with the Commissioners, you drew attention to that first message of 3 that was sent on 11 March at 3:21 p.m. Remember to add 2 hours to the timestamps in your chats. You focused on afternoon. My brother, I trust you are well and your family. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. The two vehicles for land are, and then Ngapeshea and El Shaddai. Have a blessed Sunday and lots of love. You didn't mention the lists that came underneath. Exactly the same timestamp. GAP, TSS, SSG, AET, Eagle Eye, Premium Security, Ratio Holdings. And then lastly, afternoon, Captain, I trust you are well and your family. The above is from the Red Berets. Please check with Mfowethu if it's the same with his from CIC brackets Juju to verify the authenticity. Why didn't you mention those last two?
I think the focus was on Ngapeshea, El Shaddai. I think that's what I understood at the beginning.
Look, I'm going to deal with each of these three messages in turn, but to begin with, I want to address the fact that all three of these messages were actually messages which were forwarded by Sergeant Nkosi to you from messages that he had received from Deputy Chief Dlamini. You're aware of that?
Yes, Chair, I'm aware of that now.
You say you weren't, you're aware of that now. Were you aware of it at the time?
At the time, Chair, I'm aware of it now, Chair. I'm aware of it now.
No, that's not my question. My question is, were you aware of it at the time?
Chair, at the time, I can't recall. It was the 11th of March, but I am aware of it now, Chair. And I'm certain if I were to go back to our chairs, I would see them as forwarded. So let me say I'm aware of that, Chair.
Yeah, I know you say you're aware of it now. I'm asking you, were you aware of it at the time?
Yes, Chair, I must have been aware because messages are clear. They indicate something that says forwarded. So I must have been aware.
And were you aware not only that they were forwarded, but they were forwarded from Deputy Chief Dlamini?
Yes, Chair. I know the way he addresses him. He would normally say Captain. So I was aware.
Yes. So there are, right through your chats, there are a whole series of situations where you communicate with Deputy Chief Dlamini through Sergeant Nkosi, and we'll come to the protocols and propriety of that later, but for now, I just want you to confirm that in those communications, where Sergeant Nkosi is forwarding chats from Deputy Chief Dlamini to you, and where he is forwarding chats or screenshots from you to Deputy Chief Dlamini, Deputy Chief Dlamini refers to you as Mfowethu, is that correct?
Yes.
And he refers to Sergeant Nkosi as Captain?
True.
And so is that correct?
That's correct, I see.
And you refer to him as General, as does Sergeant Nkosi?
Yes.
So the characters in those chats are General is Deputy Chief Dlamini, Mfowethu is you, Captain is Sergeant Nkosi.
Yes, Chair.
Let's now take these messages. Let's start with the first one. The two vehicles for land are Ngapeshea Security Services and El Shaddai Security Services. Did these two bidders ultimately win the tender?
They were part of the panel that won the tender, yes, Chair.
How many people bid for the tender?
There might have been between 57.
57 is in fact correct, yes. We'll see that in the probity report at least. And how many successful bidders were there?
About 7.
7. So 2 of the 7 out of 57 successful bidders just happened to be the 2 bidders who Sergeant Nkosi was asking you to privilege through this process, to give the process to, even though at the time you say you thought he was just asking you to check for compliance on these bidders. Is that correct?
So, Chair, through the process, yes, it's correct, they were awarded.
Yes. Let's look at the second and third messages. There's a list of 7 messages, 7 companies on the second list, on the second message, and on the third message it says, "Afternoon, Captain." So this is Deputy Chief Dlamini saying, "Afternoon, Sergeant Nkosi. I trust you are well and your family. The above is from the Red Berets. Please check with Mfowethu," that would be you, "if it's the same with his from CIC Juju to verify the authenticity." So Sergeant Nkosi is being asked by Deputy Chief Dlamini to take that list of 7 companies to you to check if it's the same as a list that he assumes Mr. Malema has given to you. CIC Juju, you'll accept as Mr. Malema.
I accept.
So, Deputy Chief Dlamini assumes that Mr. Malema has given you a list of companies in relation to this tender. You accept that? I'm not asking you at this stage if Mr. Malema did. I'm asking you if that is what this message shows the assumption to have been on the part of Deputy Chief Dlamini.
Yes, I accept that, SC.
Now, did Mr. Malema ever give you a list of companies in relation to this tender?
No.
Can you offer any explanation as to why Deputy Chief Dlamini would have thought that Mr. Malema or somebody else from the EFF would have given you a list of companies for this tender?
I don't know.
Can I take you back to your chats? And if we go to page 116, previous month, February of 2025, you, at the footer page 116, you sent to Sergeant Nkosi a screenshot of an article with the heading, "Tshwane proves governance can thrive without the DA, says EFF's Malema." Then there's a photograph of Mr. Malema underneath it, spilling over onto page 117. And you say to Sergeant Nkosi, "I'm okay, my brother. We are managing this guy, my brother. I just wanted to show you. Mbungulu will never win." And now, what did you mean when you said to Sergeant Nkosi, "We are managing Mr. Malema"?
Chair, I did not mean we're managing Mr. Malema at all. I don't know Mr. Malema. I've never met him. I just know him to be the president of the EFF, firstly.
Sorry, why did you send this picture, this article that says Tshwane proves governance can thrive without the DA, says EFF's Malema?
As you've seen on many occasions, sometimes we would share milestones that are there. As part of this, the city's finances were stabilizing and the city was going in a positive direction. This was me sharing an article, as I would in other instances as well, so that Sergeant Nkosi would see that the city is doing much better. That's some of the issues that we would normally talk about.
And the article's about Mr. Malema?
No, it's about the city, that the city's governance is improving and the city is doing well.
Yes, but the only person mentioned in the headline of the article is Mr. Malema. Is that correct? You see anybody else mentioned there?
I focused on Tshwane. Tshwane, the
No,
institution.
sorry, I'm asking you a question. Do you see anybody else mentioned in the headline of the article? Yes or no?
On the headline, there's only Malema mentioned.
Do you see any photograph of anyone other than Mr. Malema in this screenshot?
On the article, no.
Is there any reference to anybody other than Mr. Malema in the screenshot that you send to Mr. Nkosi?
I was sending an article. I just want to make that clear. I wasn't sending a picture. I was sending an article that Sergeant Nkosi should read.
Yes, but I'm asking you, did that article and that screenshot refer to anybody other than Mr. Malema?
Chair.
Yes or no? It's quite a simple question. The answer is incontrovertibly no.
Senior Counsel.
I'm going to object at this point in time. The witness clearly said he sent an article. If my learned friend wishes to deal with the content of the article, as he clearly wants to do right now, in fairness to the witness, then produce the article that the witness says he sent at that point in time. Don't ask him in abstracto, and when he tries to explain, you just cut him off. That is not the way I assume the Commission deals with witnesses that's trying to explain themselves. Whilst I'm on this topic, Chairperson, I have noticed that there seems to be an issue with the manner of the messages that we've received in the bundle. My learned friend refers to forwarded messages, but what we received does not indicate whether a message was forwarded or not. And with the greatest of respect, when you confront a
Perhaps
witness...
let's deal with the first issue.
I'm happy to
Yes.
stop that then.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fanny. Yes, Mr. Shaskalson.
I'm not questioning this witness on the content of the article. I'm questioning this witness on the screenshot that he sent Sergeant Nkosi with a view to understanding the message that he sent less than 2 minutes after sending that screenshot. I haven't got there yet, and I have my line has been interrupted by this objection. But I'm perfectly entitled to ask, is there any face or is there any photograph of anyone in the screenshot and any name of anyone in the screenshot other than Mr. Malema? Because less than 2 minutes later, there is a message, we are managing this guy. And the question is, who is this guy?
Chairperson, may I respond, please? My learned friend very clearly, and the record will reflect it, when he asked him, does the content refer to anybody else than Mr. Malema? And as I say, if there's an issue about that, then we can play the record back. Because he clearly asked him about the content. The moment the witness responded by saying, I sent him an article, he had said to him then, well, does the content refer to anybody but Mr. Malema?
Let's resolve this by allowing the question, but also allowing Mr. Mnisi to give whatever explanation he may want to give Mr. Shaskalson. But of course, that does not apply across the board in the sense that we will allow explanations all the time, even where we are of the view that explanations are not necessary. But just so as to move forward, yes.
There was a second complaint about forwarded messages, Chair.
Yes.
We have included...
I stopped Ms. Van here for midway on that one. Perhaps, please, yes, go to the end of the point.
Thank you very much. I think what I'm going to do is after the tea time, I will address you on that issue, because I've noticed throughout the manner in which the questioning or cross-examination was going, that it refers to forwarded message. We all know what a forwarded message looks like. It's got a little thing that shows that it's been forwarded. These messages are not. But I'm going to address you in full on that issue and a further issue after tea time. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I don't want to waste time, so if I can just put our position, which is the only forwarded messages that we refer to are messages forwarded between Sergeant Nkosi, messages between Sergeant Nkosi and Deputy Chief Dlamini that are forwarded to Mr. Mnisi, or messages between Sergeant Nkosi and Mr. Mnisi that are forwarded to Deputy Chief Dlamini. The full set of texts of both of those sets of texts is in the bundle. In each case, I can show you the date stamp and time stamp of the message that I say is forwarded from one, and then show that it is forwarded 2 minutes later.
We actually saw that during Mr. Nkosi's, Sergeant Nkosi's testimony, Mr. Shaskalson.
Indeed.
But, yes, but perhaps during the tea break, if you could explain how that works to Ms. Van den Heever. And I understand what you say. For example, you have those two arrows that on your and my phone will show that a message has been forwarded. But I think Mr. Shaskalson will be able to explain.
Because it goes a step further than that.
Yes.
We've not been given the courtesy of being shown whether the message that was forwarded before. Now, normally in matters of this where you deal with digital information or expert evidence.
Yes.
You have an affidavit that sets out exactly what, we don't have anything like that. And maybe that's something my learned
That's-
friend at this
yeah.
point can chew on, where you properly see for you to test the veracity of what you are dealing with.
May we leave it until after the tea break then? I hope that there will be that engagement between the two of you, and let's see what comes out of the flash when we come back after tea.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, Mr. Shaswalson.
So, underneath the screenshot, you say, "We are managing this guy, my brother." Who was this guy?
Chair, I think we must read the complete message. The message continues. The message says, "I want to show you Mbungulu will never win." That's exactly what I'm referring to, and stopping midway causes a distortion. And if we continue with the message, you can see clearly who I was referring to.
So,
Can you please answer then, who was this guy?
Mbungulu.
This guy, we are managing this guy. Who's the guy you were referring to?
I'm referring to the guy termed here as Mbungulu, Chair.
and that's Mpho Lekukela,
Yes,
is it
yes.
not? Yes. And he's associated with the ANC, is he not?
He's a former official at the City of Tshwane. I know him as an official at the City of Tshwane.
Yes. Sergeant Nkosi confirmed that he is associated with the ANC.
I can't confirm that.
So when you said you were managing this guy, you were managing Mr. Lekukela, not managing Mr. Malema.
Yes.
Did you have any other dealings with Mr. Malema or the EFF in relation to TMPD 1 of 2024-25?
No.
Let me ask the question before you move from this text. What is it about Mr. Lekukela that you were managing? I mean, there's no, what
Yeah.
you're telling us, there's no context in the text, so maybe explain to us who is Mr. Lekukela and what was it about him that you were discussing with Sergeant Nkosi and the managing. What about him were you managing?
Chairperson, we addressed some of this matter in the sworn affidavit, where we discussed at paragraph 2.6 about a relationship that I had with Mr. Mpho Lekukela. And at this point in time, I did indicate that it was a bit of a strenuous relationship. He was an employee within the City of Tshwane. I also mentioned within the sworn statement that there were work-related disagreements, which I said they were confidential and private. I didn't want to air them for the commission, but it was as a result of that.
My recollection of your statement was you brought Sergeant Nkosi in to mediate between you and Mr. Lekukela. That's how I remember your statement and the mention of Mr. Lekukela. Here you are speaking about managing him. If indeed Mbungulu is Lekukela, you say that's who you were referring to. You are managing him and he will never win. I'm trying to get you to make this make sense to us who are listening and have to evaluate your evidence.
Thanks, Commissioner. I think, firstly, since I arrived at the City of Tshwane, of course, due to a variety of reasons, my authority has always been undermined by a number of individuals. Maybe firstly, as a result of my age initially. Secondly, I'm not originally from the City of Tshwane. And amongst those individuals, from my perspective, was Mr. Mpho Lekukela, where I would have viewed it as a situation where he didn't want me to thrive, and any work-related instructions I would give, they were not really followed accordingly. Like I'm saying, I don't want to go into the details of those confidential matters, if the permission allows, but on the context of that, and that no matter which individual at the onset had tried to set me up to fail was not winning. The city was on a positive trajectory. The city was improving. The finances of the city were stabilizing.
Thank you.
You say you had no dealings with the EFF in relation to this tender.
None whatsoever, SC.
Can we go to page 153? Do you have 153?
Yes.
At the foot of that page, you'll see that at 11:06, timestamp 9:06, you call Sergeant Nkosi on the 21st of March.
Yes.
We go over the page, and a minute after that call at 11:07, you send him a message. Good morning. I had a meeting with Action SA and EFF yesterday. Telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me. What were you referring to?
Firstly, Chair, I can confirm that this is not a message that I sent, and if you have the data, this is forwarded. Firstly, I don't speak to Mr. Sergeant Nkosi in this manner. All our discussions are highly informal, as we've seen. This was a forwarded message. It was not from me. I did not meet anyone from EFF, nor did I meet anyone from Action SA.
So you forwarded this message
Yes.
to Sergeant Nkosi?
Exactly.
From whom?
I forwarded this message from the Deputy Executive Mayor of the city,
Sorry, I didn't hear. From?
Mr. Eugene Modise.
Also called Mr. Bonzo Modise, referred to in the papers as Bonzo.
Yes.
So you forwarded this message from Mr. Modise to Sergeant Nkosi. Why?
So firstly, the context of this was that the Deputy Mayor was telling me that to be careful, there are people who are trying to influence the process. He sends me this message. He then did call me, and we had other discussions afterwards that the process is going to be compromised. I need to be careful. There'll be people purporting to be from Action SA, EFF. I'm saying purporting because I don't know these people. I did not meet them. That I need to be careful and well, frankly, to not be vulnerable to this situation. I shared with Sergeant Nkosi as an element of discussing that as well, that this process can't be, look how brazen people are. People are so brazen, they go to the point of even trying to lure the Deputy Executive Mayor to interfere in procurement processes. That was the discussion around that. And this was me still, in a subtle manner, explaining to Sergeant Nkosi that we can't interfere in procurement processes. Even the Deputy Mayor is experiencing issues of this nature, and this must be avoided at all costs.
And the process that we're talking about now is the process in relation to the award of Tender 1, interfering with this process.
Yes, it's
So-
any interference that might have been there.
But when you talk, you mentioned interfering in this process, and Mr. Modise had mentioned that there was interference, there's possible interference in this process. That process was the award of the tender.
Yes,
Yes.
we needed to guard against that.
Yes. You forward that to Sergeant Nkosi?
Yes.
Yes. Now, Sergeant Nkosi has no business being anywhere near this process, does he?
Chair, he has already got business. I remember I told you on 148 and 152, he's already asking me the same thing. So he's already got business, I'll say, in terms of trying to get me to check compliance. 148, he wants me to check compliance. 152, he repeats that. I'm in a subtle manner trying to tell him you can't do that. That's the context behind me forwarding him that. To even say, even the Deputy Mayor is facing such brazen circumstances, we can't have that.
Chair, I was hoping to end this line before tea, but it's going to be at least another 10 minutes, so I can continue. Or I'm in your hands.
Let's take the adjournment and resume at 11:25. Let's adjourn.
All right, we seem to be ready to resume. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Members of the public, please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Ms. Van den Heefer, I hear from our spokesperson that you need a little bit of time.
Sorry, Chairperson, I wanted to zip my jacket up under, otherwise I'm not very well dressed. I mean, I've got something on underneath.
Oh,
but
so-
just to-
so we
I
may
only
start.
needed
All right,
time.
all right.
Just to also, Chairperson,
Yes.
we've had the opportunity to talk to each other. My learned friend has undertaken to provide us with certain documents. I don't know if he needs us to go further about the conversation, but at this stage, I will assume I can park that point and we can move on at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Van den Heefer. Mr. Chaskalson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mnisi, before we broke, you were explaining that the message at the top of page 154 was a message sent to you by Mr. Modise, referring to his discussions with Action SA and EFF, and you understood it to be a warning to you that there were people trying to interfere with the tender process in relation to TMPD1. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
And you forwarded that to Sergeant Nkosi, and if I understood, actually I don't want to put words into your mouth. Can you just repeat, why did you forward that to Sergeant Nkosi?
Like I said earlier on, the brazen nature of individuals trying to interfere in the process had escalated to levels where the MMC of Finance or the Deputy Executive Mayor was also cornered for issues of this nature, where he himself had to issue a warning to me, say, be careful, let's ensure that the process is highly safeguarded in order to ensure that there are no loopholes in the process of awarding this tender. The context of me sending this was also to make it further clear to Sergeant Nkosi that there's nothing I can do to assist you in this process. This is something that we are highly safeguarding in a subtle manner.
So, am I understanding you correctly to say essentially that you were warning Sergeant Nkosi this is not something to interfere with, or I'm still, is that correct?
Correct. I see.
Now, if we look at the timestamp of your message to Sergeant Nkosi, that's 9:07, which is 11:07 in the morning on of the 21st of March. If we go to page 434, which will be in file 4, (434). You see it?
Yes.
You'll see that shortly after you sent that forwarded message to Sergeant Nkosi, he sent it at 11:17 to Deputy Chief Dlamini.
I can see that.
Now, did this tender have anything, did Deputy Chief Dlamini have any legitimate role to play in this tender?
Legitimate role, meaning part of the process.
Yes, part of the process.
As far as I'm concerned, he was not part of the process.
So he had no legitimate role to play in the process.
No, Chair. Maybe he could have assisted in terms of compiling specifications. I'm not sure. But in terms of the process that was followed, he was not part of that.
Once bids were in and before the BEC, he had no legitimate role to play.
No.
that takes me back to the first instance that we were discussing on the 11th of March.
Is that on page 148?
That's on page 148. And when I asked you about these messages, you accepted that they were forwarded to you from Mr. Nkosi from messages he had received from Deputy Chief Dlamini, and that at the time you would have known that. You recall that?
Yes, I did, and I did confirm that, SC.
Now, what is General Dlamini doing, saying that the two vehicles for land are Ngapeshea and El Shaddai? Is that anything that he should have a legitimate role in, well, in being part of?
Well, I can't answer for him, SC.
Well, you receive a message which you understand to have originated or to have been sent to Sergeant Nkosi by Deputy Chief Dlamini that says the two vehicles for land are Ngapeshea Security Services, El Shaddai Security Services. What legitimate purpose could Deputy Chief Dlamini have in sending that message to Sergeant Nkosi?
Chairperson, I can't answer why he would send it to him. My understanding when I received this, they wanted me to assist in checking compliance, which I couldn't do.
Yeah, but surely Deputy Chief Dlamini knows that you can't check compliance. He's a senior official of the city. He understands how procurement is supposed to operate. Mm-hmm. But he's asking you to do something which would be unlawful, is it not?
Chair, I'm going to focus on my understanding in this. And these messages, when received, the purpose of that was for me to assist in checking compliance. I made it extremely clear that there's nothing I can do with that. The thought process for Mr. Dlamini would be a very difficult process for me to comment on. I would rather comment on the context of me receiving these and how I understood that and how I understand that now.
But you have a senior official of the city asking you to do something in relation to a procurement process that you understand to be unlawful.
Chair, he didn't ask me to do that.
So he didn't ask you to do that. You understood him, or you understood Sergeant Nkosi to be asking you to do that?
Yes.
How did you understand the meaning of his message to Sergeant Nkosi? The two vehicles for land are Ngapeshea Security Services, El Shaddai Security Services. What did you understand in relation to that?
Two vehicles which we need to check compliance on are Ngapeshea and El Shaddai.
Now, why would Deputy Chief Dlamini ask Sergeant Nkosi to check compliance on these two vehicles?
I can't comment on why he would ask Sergeant Nkosi, Chair.
Well, is there any conceivable basis on which Sergeant Nkosi would be in a position lawfully to check for compliance on two vehicles?
Sergeant Nkosi doesn't work for the city, so he wouldn't.
No. So, did it not occur to you that what Deputy Chief Dlamini had done in this regard was probably improper?
Chair, what occurred to me here was that they wanted me to check compliance. I had received these messages from Sergeant Nkosi. There was nothing I could do about that. Hence, in my submission, ignored, didn't entertain, and I had to play along in order to get this matter off my table.
Yes, but I understood your evidence earlier to be that you explained to Sergeant Nkosi that you can't do this. Did you explain anything to Deputy Chief Dlamini?
No, I didn't speak to Deputy Chief Dlamini about this matter.
Did you take anything further in relation to Deputy Chief Dlamini and the propriety of what he had done? Did you raise a complaint in the city?
No, Chair. Purely on the basis that this was a request for me to check compliance. There's nothing improper about that. It was someone's misunderstanding of the procurement environment. At this stage, there's no alarm for me to raise.
But surely,
except for to safeguard the process, apologies SC, except for me to ensure that the process is followed to the T and there are no glitches along the way. That was my pure responsibility. We deal with a number of issues, Chair, and sometimes as a manager you need to avoid raising any matters that would not have any substance in the future. So I hadn't had any formal substantive evidence that could prove beyond reasonable doubt on what we're discussing now. Hence, I had to take a decision to ensure that the process is safeguarded to the T.
But here you have a senior official in the municipal police department who appears at the very least on your understanding of things to be suggesting through an outsider to the city that somebody should be checking for compliance on the part of two companies at a time when it would be impermissible for anybody to do that.
I wouldn't know the discussions between Sergeant Nkosi and General Dlamini. I'm aware of this because I had received them as a result of that. I view this as a request for him to check that. Whether Dlamini wanted him to send it to me or anyone else, I don't know, and I can't comment on that.
But you did understand that Dlamini was making this inquiry of Sergeant Nkosi?
So looking at the text, I agree with you. Looking at this text and how they're formulated, especially on number 3. At the first one, maybe I might not have seen that. But from the second one, when we see afternoon captain, I already start getting a flag. Because that I know he refers to him as captain. On the first one, with all due respect, those inferences that we normally have, as you've alluded to earlier on, the general, Mfowethu, and captain are not there. But on the second one, that's how I view that.
Let's go to the second case where these two bidders were sent to you in a message from Sergeant Nkosi. That is, as you pointed out at the foot of page 152. And you've dealt with the second case in your responses to the questions of the commissioners. I just want to put to you that if in the first case you'd made it clear that you can't do that, you would presumably have been mildly irritated when a second request was addressed to you to do that which you had already told someone you could not do. Were you not irritated by the second request?
The second request, Chair, you need to give someone a benefit of the doubt. And the benefit of the doubt was maybe he didn't understand me, maybe he didn't get me clearly. From the third instance moving forward, I can confirm an element of annoyance and irritation.
Well, you see, it's your response to the second request which strikes me as odd, because you get the request, you've already explained that you can't do this, and then you text back, "Thanks, my bro." Why did you text back, "Thanks, my bro"?
So in the call earlier on 152, we first had a call before he sent me those messages, as you can see on 152. In this call, there was a reminder. Did you manage to check on that? So I said to him, no, I didn't, and I even forgot what entities are you referring to. He then sends them to me, and I say, thank you for sending them to me.
But your evidence is that you'd already told him you can't check on any entities.
Yes.
So the identity of the entities at some level was irrelevant. Whoever they were, you weren't going to check.
Spot on.
So why did you thank him for giving you information that was irrelevant? First question.
Now, I was acknowledging his reminder. He was reminding me here. I sent you something on the 11th. You didn't say anything about it. You didn't give me any feedback. He then comes back on the 18th after our phone call, and then he sends them to me again. And the context of our phone call is, did you manage to check on what I had sent to you on the 11th on page 148? My response to that was, no, I didn't. I couldn't, but I don't have that anymore. I don't recall. He then sends them to me as a form of a reminder.
But
Presumably, Mr. Mnisi, in that call, you would have said to him, I cannot check. You would have repeated what you told him previously in this call before he sends you these messages.
So, Commissioner, at this point, I just want to move on from this matter.
I understand you want to move on, but you have a call with him. This is the second time. So presumably, I'm saying to you, presumably you would have said to him, Mfowethu, I can't check this thing in that call. No?
So I didn't say that. I said I don't remember. I
don't-
recall
you
I said I
don't-
don't even remember what you sent me. Then he says, I'll send it to you again. In the phone call, the discussion is, did you check what I sent to you on the 11th? My response is, I don't remember. What are you talking about? I had remembered, obviously, Chair, but I was trying to move away from that issue. He then sends me the two names in terms of trying to remind me on what I had just said I had forgotten.
Yes. And you don't say to him, thank you, I've received it, but as I told you, I won't be checking. You just say thank you.
So when we hung up on the call, he then sends that to me. Then in the response, I said thank you to him. In the hope that, Chair, it will stop from here. He would probably presume that maybe I will check for him or do something about it. Unfortunately, he's not convinced and it persists.
So you thought he would stop because you said thank you. You thought
Yes.
from that thank you, he would stop asking you.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
But his response to your thank you is to send you a thank you emoji. If you look at page 153, at message time 6:59, actual time 8:59, he sends you a thank you emoji, those two hands put together.
I can see that, SC.
So he's presumably thanking you thank you for what he thinks you are either going to do or have undertaken to do or have done. I mean, he's thanking you for something. What's he thanking you for?
I'm not sure what he's thanking me for.
But did it not, I mean, your evidence now is that you were hoping at this stage he'd go away. He'd understand. But he gives you a thank you emoji. Is that consistent with someone who thinks that his request has been rejected and explained?
Chair, he probably thinks I'm going to check.
Yes.
Yeah, so in this place, I'm already starting my strategy of trying to play along because I can see where this is going. So me thanking him, he's going to think that I'm going to do something about it, which of course I'm not because I can't and I didn't. He thanks me because he's of the view that I will be able to try and assist him. I read that in that context.
I'm sorry to do this. There was one other issue that I wanted to raise in respect to that first occasion.
Before you move to that, Mr. Shaskelson, do you remember, of course you do, when I engaged you about your use of 482 and I suggested to you that in context it appears either to be thank you or at the very least an acknowledgement. You remember that?
I remember, Chair, when you raised that.
Yes. Now here at 153 you have those and there are two of them, one after the other. You explained the two that I referred you to earlier, despite the fact that they were standalone 482s, but you explained that they were connected to the texts that followed each one of them. What would you say about these two here? Because there are no sentences that follow them.
Chair, I would say to you, this refers to the next day.
I'm sorry?
This is on the 19th. It's the next day. The previous one was on the 18th. So the two Mfwetus that you see is the next day. So it's completely unrelated. And it was the start of a new day where I was greeting him as a friend. How are you doing? Are you well? How's your day looking? Simple courtesy greetings of a friend of yours. So it's not related whatsoever. And when I say Mfwetu, it does not mean I'm greeting him or I'm acknowledging or I'm thanking him, Chairperson.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry to go back to that first message again, but there was an issue that I wanted to canvass with you, which is that very first message on page 148. It goes, "Afternoon, my brother. I trust you are well and your family. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. The two vehicles for land are." Now, why would someone apologize for a delay in sending a request to check compliance on two vehicles?
Well, Chair, as we are aware, these are messages from General Dlamini to Sergeant Nkosi. They must probably have their own discussion after that. But in me receiving this, I pick up the keen points of interest which I know we had had a discussion on later on, and it's on checking compliance for Ngapeshe and El Shaddai. In terms of the apologies for the delayed message, that must have been a communication, of course, between the General as well as Sergeant Nkosi, which I can't comment on.
And you knew right through this that Ngapeshe was Sergeant Nkosi's brother's company?
True.
Yes. So you knew that Sergeant Nkosi was asking you to do something in relation to his brother's company?
To check compliance in terms of his brother's company, yes, SC.
Yes. At a later stage, though, you came to realize that what he really wanted was for you to ensure the award to the brother's company.
I suspected that in my own analysis due to the persistence.
Before we move to the third case, there's something else in relation to this tender, which happens in between the second and the third case that I want to address with you, and it's the events of the 23rd of March. So if we go to page 155.
Sorry, Mr. Chaskalson, maybe before you do that, I didn't realize you're moving on. Can I just ask a question about 154, the text that you discussed in 154? It's that text that you say came to you from Mr. Modise. Mr. Modise?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that text was preceded by a telephone call on the previous page between
Yes.
you and Sergeant Nkosi. And then you have that text, which you say is from Mr. Modise. Now, there's nothing in the text itself from Mr. Modise that explains, especially that last sentence. What did you want Mr. Sergeant Nkosi to make of that last sentence that says, telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me? What did you want him to make of it?
So I think in short, the purpose of the phone call was to contextualize him on the potential irregularities and to try to make the matter sink in, if he didn't understand it first, that there's no way we can assist in checking compliance. So the context of the entire message was saying, the deputy mayor is even facing issues of this nature and is raising severe alarms, which I had alerted you on. There's nothing we can do on this matter. Compliance can be checked. The process must be followed to the T.
Okay. So in your call, you had told him that Mr. Modise, what? What about Mr. Modise?
No, he obviously asked the commissioner that what's this message about, and I told him that this unfolded from the executive.
No, the message comes after a call. Otherwise, your message comes cold. It has no context whatsoever. So are you saying that when you sent this message, he would not have known what this message is about and what the point of you sending it is until you did a call?
Chair, what I can confirm is that in between there I had to clarify to him, and I did clarify to him on what was going on.
Sorry, in between you did what?
So what I'm trying to say is that the call afterwards is where I explained to Sergeant Nkosi what the context of that message was.
Okay, let's do this step by step. So when you send him the message
Yes.
that reads, I had a meeting with Action SA and EFF yesterday telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me. So when this message, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. When this message lands in his inbox, you're saying he didn't know, he wouldn't have known what it is about.
No, until the second call.
He just gets a random message from you.
So he gets a message from me, and on 154 we have a discussion, and I expand that further.
When you say one from before you had a discussion, you mean the day before, the earlier message before the text?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm battling to
Yes.
understand your sequence and
Okay.
explanation of this text. So be patient with me.
Yes, Commissioner.
You sent this message, but before this message there was a call, right? Are you saying that call would have explained this message, or it is a subsequent call that only explains the message for the first time?
It's the subsequent call that explains the message for the first time.
So the call at 9:08.
9:08.
Which we find at page
Exactly.
154.
Yes.
Okay. And what do you say to him about this message while you're sending the message to him?
I thought I've explained that, Commissioner. I was trying to say that I've received this from the Deputy Executive Mayor. He's getting concerns because there are people trying to court him, trying to make him or have him influence the process. It can't be done. We are safeguarding this process to the T. This was a way of me explaining to him subtle what had happened on 148.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Modise sends you this message, for it to make sense, to have meaning to you, to mean anything to you, he would have had a call with you.
Yes,
and I
yes,
think
indeed.
that was your evidence
Yes,
that he had
indeed.
a call. Okay. Then explain to us what he said about that last line. Telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me. We know he had a meeting with Action SA
Yes.
and EFF. And then he tells you that telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me. What did Mr. Modise say to you about the submission of 5? What is that all about?
So in short, he was telling me that individuals from the purported individuals from Action SA and EFF want him to assist in submitting names for companies to be favored. And that didn't sit well with him. We might not have broken down each sentence during the call, but the context of the call was, you need to be very careful. If I'm getting this, I can imagine the influx that you or anyone within your team will be getting. You need to safeguard the process and ensure that it's secured.
Okay,
That-
so what I think I'm more interested in what he said about the Action SA and EFF, not just generally, just Action SA and EFF from his discussion with them. In that last line, you say he was saying to you, in the telephone call, he was saying to you that these two entities, or one of them, was telling him to submit 5 names to be favored for the tender, and he found it to be an insult.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can we look at another event that happens between the second and third attempts to raise bidders' names with you? It's a series of events on the 23rd of March, page 155. And there at message time 5:45, actual time 7:45 p.m., Sergeant Nkosi messages you saying, "Are you well? Wanted to check earlier about the meeting with US." Now, US is Deputy Chief Dlamini, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Your response is, "I'm okay, my brother," in response to "Are you well?" And then, "Let's meet General tomorrow, please." So you are saying to Sergeant Nkosi, let's meet with Deputy Chief Dlamini tomorrow, which would be the 24th of March.
Spot on.
Later that evening, Sergeant Nkosi sends you a message which on its face is clearly one of those messages which originates with Deputy Chief Dlamini, because we see Captain and Umpuetu. But you can actually see that it comes from Deputy Chief Dlamini on page 435, chat 1, if you just want to take that note. And the message says, "Afternoon, Captain. I trust you're well in your family. I thought we will meet up today so that I could get clarity on something Kuumpuetu. Kane called me on Friday and asked if that Gubis want to meet up with me on Saturday. I then pushed the meeting to Monday with a view of getting direction from Kuumpuetu first today. Please check with him on this and his advice, if I should go or drop them. I don't want to make a mistake on such matters because I believe the center should be one." Now, a number of questions. Kane, I presume, is Mr. Kane Mpofu, who's being referred to here.
That's true.
What is his role?
He's an acting divisional head in supply chain management.
So he is responsible for, he has responsibilities relating to procurement.
Yes.
The message says that Mr. Mpofu called Deputy Chief Dlamini on Friday and asked that Gubis want to meet him on Saturday. He pushed the meeting to Monday with a view of getting direction from yourself first today. He's asking Sergeant Nkosi to check with you and what your advice is, if you should go to the meeting or drop it. Now, what did you understand this request for a meeting from Gubis to be about?
Yes, see, this was in relation to the outstanding payment. There's no link whatsoever to TMPD 01. If you take note that during our discussions, there were three-way calls or messages in reference to an outstanding payment for ad hoc services. During that period, there was an ex post facto payment that couldn't be made as a result of this being related to the previous financial year. It was a June 2024 invoice, if I'm not mistaken. And if I could point you out to that so that you can understand where I'm coming from, if we could please go to page 144 of this pack. So on page 144, it's an invoice that couldn't be resolved as a result of it being due in the previous financial year. The context of what you're referring to us now on 155 is in reference to this payment that couldn't be done and wasn't done as a result of limitations that the city had faced. It was an ex post facto invoice. It hadn't been captured accordingly in the city's accruals in the previous financial year, hence it could not be paid. So the context of that message was in relation to Gubis making a follow-up in terms of this outstanding payment. And when that discussion continues, there are set rules of protocols in terms of dealing with payment. You need to ensure that you follow the correct channels, and the correct channels will be to firstly escalate it to the necessary supply chain management or TMPD officials, as I had initially designated in GM22. The second process, if you're unhappy with that, would then be to escalate further to myself. So in relation to that was for them to follow the correct procedures and not jump all processes and just raise the matter with either him or with me. So there's no relation to that message to TMPD.
So what was the correct procedure for them to follow?
If there's an outstanding payment, Chair, it needs to be escalated accordingly within the relevant user department. If they fail and don't get any joy out of that, they need to escalate that to supply chain management with adequate substantiating reasons. If still they're unable to have joy within that process, it's then escalated to myself, as did the previous ad hoc tender, and as I demonstrated on GM22 and GM23. So you couldn't jump any process. This reason was not processed for this payment or this invoice had not been processed for a reason.
Can I track this process forward?
Can I just ask a question about this? Sorry, Mr. Chaskalson, I do apologize. This text where you're going to be, you say the general should go and meet with Gubis, and then you say, and he can brief us of the outcomes of the discussion when we meet later, referred to. Why would, if this is about unpaid invoices, and you say there's a procedure to be followed and that's what you wanted them to do, why would you be planning to have a report back meeting which involves Sergeant Nkosi when this is a Tshwane matter?
Yeah, I
And
think
it's a payment issue. It's
Yes.
not about checking compliance and any of that stuff. Why are you involving him?
Yeah. So in terms of the payment, he was already involved in this matter. He had overheard that phone call discussion that I had with Mr. Calvin Madlanga. From that process, then he took it upon himself to call the general, which I then spoke to. So he was already involved in this matter. I wouldn't necessarily say we wanted to involve him in terms of the nitty-gritties and the details of that. Hence, I don't explain it to him, and I say rather make sure that I meet with the general so that we can outline the possible way forward.
I mean, I don't understand your answer. He was already involved, you say, because he took it upon himself. But he's not I would have expected your CFO to say, thank you for your assistance in having made that first unsolicited call, but you don't belong to the city, that's the end of it. But here you are. You're saying he must advise Dlamini to go meet with Gubis and then he can report back to us the following day. If this is about unpaid invoices, it has absolutely nothing to do with Sergeant Gossi. It's not about checking tenders. It's a payment internal process, but you already have an answer because that's what you say. You say there are internal processes to this. So why would you be discussing with Nkosi in the feedback session in the presence of an outsider? Because he is an outsider.
Okay, I think, in fact, at this point in time, it was convenient for me because he'd already involved himself. I do deal with a number of issues on a day-to-day basis, and at the top of my mind, one issue off my table and being dealt with was convenient for me. Of course, when I am having a discussion with the general, it would have been, Sergeant Nkosi would have been there just in general terms, and most of the times he would probably be on his phone or doing anything of that nature. But what I want to reiterate here is that in hindsight, I probably should have requested the numbers immediately of General Dlamini at this stage in order to enable a direct communication with him moving forward in this matter. That would have been ideal. I should have done that. But Chair, I also reiterate that I've never shared any confidential or sensitive information with Sergeant Nkosi on this matter. It was merely coordinating those engagements. However, Chair, I do later on, once this topic or subject matter is closed, request for the General's number. So that on other issues where he hadn't involved himself initially, I start having direct conversations or discussions with the General.
You don't consider payment issues between Tshwane and its service provider to be matters confidential to Tshwane, to which an outsider like Sergeant Nkosi has no business to be involved and should in fact not be involved. You don't consider that to be confidential to Tshwane?
No, Chair, I do consider it.
Yes.
But I'm saying the discussions were in general terms. If you look at what I am discussing with him, I'm not sending him details of how much they're owed. I'm not sending him details of specific items that are contained. I'm not sending him that. I'm sending him in general terms.
Thank you.
Can I just get clarity? You said that the correct procedure is first to escalate to the department.
Yes.
Now, I understood there to be some sort of lack of clarity in relation that it caused the non-payments or the delayed payments because the user department, as it were, was water affairs or water and sanitation, and it was TMPD that needed to pay. Who's the department who they should have escalated to here?
Whoever they were engaging with. From my perspective, whichever department has given them a deployment letter. If it's TMPD, they need to engage TMPD accordingly. So in this instance, they would have gone back to the necessary people within APSS and make follow-ups or clarity-seeking questions from them.
Because I understood the problem in this case to have been, and we've heard some evidence about it, that water and sanitation was employing or engaging these guards without any written authorization from TMPD.
No, Chair, as far as I'm concerned, water and sanitation was engaging TMPD and TMPD was issuing deployment letters. The standoff came when it was time to pay. Risk assessments were done between water and sanitation business unit as well as TMPD when it's time to make a cost center available for the payment. TMPD said, no, the budget that we have is sufficient for our programs. When we issue these deployment letters as per your advice, we were of the view you're going to pay it from your general ledger. So the standoff came when amounts of monies needed to be made available to process the payments and to issue the purchase orders.
So then on that understanding, the relevant department with which Gubis should have been engaging would have been TMPD.
Spot on.
And whose responsibility is it within TMPD to attend to these sorts of issues?
Well, the head is Deputy Chief Rivers Peace.
Yes. So why are you suggesting they meet with General Dlamini?
Okay. So if there's a standoff on an invoice, that's an indication that that invoice has not been approved or there are issues in terms of uploading that. That is an indication that has not been transferred to the Support and Finance Division of TMPD. As we are aware, Deputy Chief Lamini is responsible for support services and for finance matters within TMPD, meaning what falls within his portfolio is invoices that have been approved with the relevant deployment orders, which have been certified as correct and work done. He can then take that forward in terms of processing the relevant payments. In this instance, there was an issue because this was a prior financial year matter. Hence, this invoice had not been approved, technically speaking, because of those restrictions. So it was important for them to go back to the relevant department within TMPD. In this case, it would have been DC Revo Species Division and the relevant individual within his portfolio. Once that has been approved, it will then revert back to Deputy Chief Lamini. There was nothing that could be done without the correct process being followed.
Let's look at this message. It ends with, I don't want to make a mistake on such matters because I believe the center should be one. What is he saying there? What do you understand him to be saying there?
It means the process must always be followed to the T. Compliance matters are essential. There can't be a breakdown in terms of any procedures that the city has set. So the center must hold, internal controls must be followed, processes and procedures and internal controls must be adhered to.
Your response at 825 at the foot of page 155 is, let's let General meet him then. He will brief us of the outcomes of the discussion when we meet later in Mpuetu.
Yes.
Why did you then need to be briefed at this stage if the procedure was that this wasn't a matter that should come to your office at this stage?
I'm a hands-on individual, and if any matters that are raised, I need to be aware how it starts and how it ends. I was already involved in this matter. I couldn't leave it out halfway and just assume that a resolution would have been there. So the purpose of this would have been to get the proper way forward and what the outcomes of that engagement would have been.
Let's go forward to page 178. That's 4 days later on the 27th of March. Do you see it?
Yes, I see that.
You see at message time 5:40, which is actually 7:40 p.m. Sergeant Nkosi sends you a screenshot of a chat between himself and Deputy Chief Dlamini, who he has saved as General Dlamini undercover. And it says, "Afternoon, Captain. I had a meeting with Kane and those guys today as I indicated." Who is he referring to?
So firstly, Chair, there's an indication that the meeting did not occur, so we had to give feedback via an SMS. So according to me reading this message, it is a follow-up in terms of the outstanding ex post facto payment. He had had a meeting with the representatives of Kubis. Within that discussion, we would have probably have been discussing the matters of the ex post facto payment.
And your understanding of process is he should resolve it first with department, in other words, with TMPD, or Kubis should first resolve it with TMPD. If they can't, they should escalate it to procurement. And if they still can't, they can then raise it with you.
Spot on.
Let's look at what Deputy Chief Dlamini says. "I have told them that they should go back where they have started, Ku Mpuetu. I said to them, he is the only gateway. They can't go with a back door. I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from Ku Mpuetu. Protocol must be observed at all costs." So he's telling them the exact opposite of what you say is the correct procedure. Instead of starting with him, trying to resolve with him, if they don't get joy with him, going up to supply chain management, and if they don't get joy with supply chain management, finally escalating it to you, he's saying they must start with you, and he will not be a back door.
I see the inference is respectfully incorrect. The initial protocol that was followed, which resulted in me raising the matter with the Deputy Chief Lamini, is after the formal process had already been embarked upon. And after we had appropriate and I'll say sufficient evidence that indeed these invoices were approved by the relevant APSS department and they were due and payable for payment. If you go back, Chair, to my submission and on 436, that gives an indication of how matters should be escalated accordingly. On 436, I was referring to GM23. On GM23, there's evidence of how this matter was escalated accordingly. Within this instance, we took note that Deputy Chief Dlamini was unfortunately not CC'd for whatever reason. However, the context of this discussion was that they need to follow the processes, ensure that everyone has got the necessary portfolio of evidence. He, on his own, cannot take the matter up. There are systems, there are internal controls, they must be observed. And that's how I understood this matter. Protocol must be observed. The city has established systems and controls to deal with this matter. It can't be dealt with by one person individually or another without demonstrating that I have been through this matter, I have followed up with these individuals. You can't jump a process when escalating matters that are outstanding, Chair. That's the context of that. So this is these individuals trying to use the back door to deal with this outstanding payment, whereas they're fully aware of the protocols that they had followed previously. So they need to follow those processes. Once I'm convinced that there's sufficient appropriate audit evidence and the team PD as well as supply chain management have either not dealt with this issue for whatever reasons, I can then take it forward. As is, there's nothing I can do. They need to deal with the relevant individuals within the portfolios.
But that's not what he's saying. He's saying they should go back where they have started Ku'umpuetu. That's you. He calls you Mpuetu in those conversations.
That's true.
They should go back where they have started with you. I said to them, in other words, you, are the only gateway. They can't go with a back door. I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from Ku'umpuetu, you. So he's saying, go back and speak to the CFO. He's the only gateway. Don't use me as a back door.
Spot on, Chair. And that's exactly what I'm explaining. So we are virtually on the same page. We just need to try and have consensus on the nature of event. Because the nature of event, I'm referring this and aligning this to the ex post facto payment, which is the true sequence of events of what occurred and what this discussion is emanating from. So as a result of them submitting the necessary portfolio of evidence, demonstrating that they've went through the entire value chain, they can't just go to him. Once I refer a matter to him, I need to also be convinced that they have a case, Chair, that needs to be answered to. First of all, we're sitting here on the 27th of March. The invoice that's outstanding is the 28th of June for the previous financial year. That hadn't been captured in our accruals. It's not recognized in the system whatsoever. So the only way to have this matter fully exhausted upon is to formalize it accordingly, send the formal communications, submit the necessary portfolio of evidence in order to enable myself to test that and to test the legitimacy of the claim that they have on board. So that's the context of this discussion when I understood it then, and that's how I understand it now, Chair, because that's what was really going on in this instance.
I'm sorry, you're losing me here. On the 23rd, Deputy Chief Dlamini says to you, Kane and the Gubis guys want to meet. Must I meet with them? Must I not meet with them? I want direction from you. You say, through Sergeant and Corsi, meet with them and brief us of the outcomes, essentially. We're on the same page thus far.
The only place where we're not on the same page is you are reading that in isolation of page 144. And what I tried to ask the Commission to refer to on the 5th of March. You're reading that in isolation with that, which is what's causing you and I not to be on the same page. So if you go to page 144, on the 5th of March, there's a discussion here and there's a copy of an invoice that I'm sent. And the contents of this discussion is, this one is for the previous financial year. We'll engage later, Nomfuet, with me on how we can address this in order to avoid post facto. So if we read this in conjunction with your later messages, we will then be on the same page. This is an invoice that could not and was not resolved upon when we were dealing with the ad hoc services invoice from Kubi Security Services. So as a result of this still not being paid, this entity is making a follow-up, Chair. They're claiming the city still owes them 397,000 Rand. Hence, they're making follow-ups after they had received the other payments for the other invoices. This one remained outstanding. So the context of that now ties together with 157 and 178 that you're presenting now.
What was the procedure that they should have followed in relation to this previous financial year invoice? As I understood it, it was they should first raise it with the TMPD.
Yes.
If they got no joy there, they should then raise it with supply chain management.
Yes.
If they got no joy there, they should escalate it to you. So you
Yes.
should be the last port of call, not the first. You should be the last port of call, not the first.
I think also what we need to add, Chair, is that during the escalation process, they need to demonstrate beyond reasonable doubt that this invoice is due and payable. Hence, I don't want us to leave the step that they needed to start within APSS first. And APSS needs to make a motivation now. So for me to even consider this, I would have to get the invoice from the service provider along with the motivation from APSS on why I should even think about considering an invoice from a previous financial year that is closed.
But you knew all of that on the 23rd. You knew that that was what the situation was.
Yes, I did, Chair.
And you said to Deputy Chief Dlamini, we won't meet with them. You go ahead and meet and then brief us later.
Yes. So the purpose of that was, there's no reason for me to meet. They need to thrash the situation out with TMPD, make sure that they're able to submit the appropriate audit evidence for me to even consider this matter. I'm irrelevant to this stage.
So you're irrelevant to this process unless they submit all of the evidence.
This is also peculiar because it's a previous year financial invoice. The previous one, they were able to demonstrate and submit all portfolio of evidence accordingly. Hence, I was convinced that indeed these are invoices that are due and payable, authorized by the relevant structures within the city. In this particular case, that appropriate audit evidence was not there. It's a previous financial year invoice. In order for this to even be considered, there must be an express motivation on why we should even consider making this invoice available. This would now necessitate for me to make a prior period error correction, Chair, on my financial statements that had been submitted in the previous financial year. Hence, I was not willing to entertain that without having appropriate evidence. I would have to ensure that disclosure notes of the financial statements are amended. I would need to ensure justifications to the AG coming back next year on why there's a difference now between the closing and the opening balances. Hence, that process is now peculiar because it needs an additional justification.
And then on the 27th, did you receive anything between the 23rd of March and the 27th of March from General Dlamini?
Did I receive anything formally? The onus was on Gubas to make sure that they make the necessary submissions and they make a motivation to APSS. APSS is a division within TMPD where DC Revo Space is in charge. Once that has been approved, it would have automatically be then transferred to Deputy Chief Dlamini, who is the support services and finance head within TMPD. That's when I can now assist in terms of taking the way forward.
So come the 23rd, their obligation was to engage with TMPD. Is that correct?
So are we on 155 now? On the 23rd?
Yes, their obligation is to engage with the TMPD.
Yes. TMPD APSS.
Yes, they've got to make some sort of motivation to
Yes.
the TMPD, get the TMPD to approve that.
Yes.
Yes. Now, had you received anything from the TMPD between the 23rd and the 27th?
No, nothing was there, Chair.
Which then raises the question of why Deputy Chief Dlamini said what he said. Because he didn't say, I told them, give me a motivation, I can then escalate it to supply chain management, which in turn can escalate it to the CFO. Instead, he said, they should go back where they have started Ku'imfuetu. He is the only gateway. They can't go with a back door.
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying, you've got to go back to the CFO.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of the protocol that you've just explained to us, the protocol was you as CFO can do nothing until they've gone first to TMPD.
Spot on, Chair. And even with this discussion, there was still nothing I could do. Even if Gubis decided to come straight to me, send me a formal email, give me a call, make an official engagement with my office, there was nothing I would have done. I would have referred them to the correct channels. For them would have been to go back to TMPD and sort the matter out accordingly.
But he's not telling them to go back to PD. He's saying, go back to you, CFO. They should go back where they have started Kuumfuetu. He is the only gateway.
It's the gateway, Chair, to ensure that payments are made. And the payments that need to be made, there must be sufficient protocol that has been adhered to and observed at all costs. Within those protocols is ensuring that the internal controls that the city has embarked on and set are followed to the T. Within that is handling the matter with TMPD and with TMPD, APSS. So I wouldn't know what this meant, Chair, but I would presume that he was saying, let them escalate the matter to me. I will then refer it to APSS, but I can't comment on the nitty-gritties of that. I understood this purely as a means of saying they need to formally raise the matter and submit the necessary supporting evidence. And the protocols and internal controls need to be adhered to at all costs. They can't try and ambush me or him in dealing with that. So it's extremely difficult for me, Chair, to comment on just that one sentence without having context or without us having a context or a discussion on the entire message.
He also says where they started.
True.
In the message, which means that they started with you,
Yes.
according to General Dlamini.
So, Commissioner Baloy, if you look at the second bundle that I had submitted, I attached Annex GM2. Annex GM2 is what led me to start looking at the process of the outstanding payments. Deputy Chief Dlamini was not CC'd in any of these discussions. Hence, he's saying they must refer to that process again, formalize it. I will then be in a position to refer the matter to him and whoever within TMB to handle. At this stage, he's got insufficient information to even look at the matter.
So you accept that Gubi said started with you? Because that's what that message
No, Gubis.
conveys.
Okay, apologies, Commissioner, apologies for coming in. Gubis did not start with me, they started with supply chain management. And maybe we should go to GM 22 and 23. They started escalating, so they didn't start with me. The matter was not just raised with me. They followed the necessary protocols which I had just outlined. According to Deputy Chief Dlamini, what he understood is that he must have received the matter for the first time from me. That's what he understood. But the facts of the matter was they didn't start with me. They started through the process as demonstrated in GM 22 and GM 23.
So where are you saying where he says where they started Gumfowe to, he's incorrect? That's not where Gubi started.
No, that's not where they started.
Did you at any point refer this matter to General Dlamini after it had come to you?
It didn't come to me again in a formal nature, so I didn't take it up with him.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just clarify something, Mr. Mnisi, because when you explain what's happening on the 27th of March, you take us back to page 144, and you say the discussion is about that invoice. But if you go to page 145, especially your WhatsApp, the second one, and you read it together with the sixth one, it suggests to me that that invoice was resolved because on the 6th of March, you say, please extend my gratitude to the General. He has delivered. Purchase orders as per the request have been approved. See you later.
Commissioner, I mean all invoice except for that one. This one is clear. It could not be approved. It was not part and parcel of that. It was all, remember it was a number of invoices here to the tune of between 12 and 14 million rand. I might not remember the figure in its entirety. So all invoices for the financial year in question, which commenced from the 1st of July, were resolved. It was all invoices except this one. This one was not resolved.
So you are saying to us you are now involving Sergeant Nkosi on issues relating to all invoices to the value of 14 million.
I'm explaining to you, Chair, because you, Commissioner.
No, but you're not answering my question, Mr. Mnisi. I thought the discussion here was about this one invoice. Your answer is, no, it's not about this invoice. It's about all the invoices except this one. Now let's focus on all the invoices except this one. And my question to you is, are you saying to us you were involving Sergeant Nkosi in matters relating to all invoices to the value of 14 million?
I'm saying to you, Commissioner, the message that you're referring to was to say, thank you, the General has resolved all outstanding messages, all outstanding statements, apologies, except for that one.
But
That's what I'm saying.
You are sending it to Sergeant Nkosi.
I'm sending a message to Sergeant Nkosi.
You are sending it to Sergeant Nkosi. And my question is, you are involving Sergeant Nkosi on issues relating to all those invoices to the value of 14 million.
He had already been involved.
How was he involved in those issues? Because you said he overheard an issue about the Gubis invoice.
Yes. So those were all the Gubis invoice, Commissioner. How he was involved is that he took his phone and he phoned Deputy Chief Dlamini while we were in the car. When he called him, he then gave me the phone. I explained to the Deputy Chief the issue that I had been facing and the discussion that I just had with Mr. Calvin Madlanga. So what I'm saying to you, Commissioner, is that he had already been involved in the process. But from my perspective, it was in general terms. At no stage, at no point did I raise any specifics with him. But for the purpose of the Commission and clarifying the confusion that's there, I'm stating that it was a host of invoices that were involved.
But why do you say to us in general terms? If you say to somebody, purchase orders have been approved by the City of Tshwane, that's not general terms. You are discussing with him payment issues between Tshwane and service providers. And at no point do you say to him, this is not your issue, don't involve yourself. You actually allow him to continue being involved to the point where you share with him processes. You allow him to be in possession of invoices of service providers and to share them between you and Mr. Dlamini, because that's what he's doing on 144. And all of that is appropriate to you. That somebody who's not employed by the City of Tshwane, who is not a representative of Gubis, is participating in all discussions relating to outstanding Gubis payments, processes that have to be followed in order for Gubis payments to be made, and whether or not those payments have been made. Why did you consider that appropriate?
Okay. Firstly, Commissioner, I did not share any information with Sergeant Nkosi. There's no single invoice that I've sent to him.
Mr. Mnisi, when you say to him, purchase orders as per request have been approved, are you saying you're not sharing information there?
I'm responding to the concerns that you had raised.
No, but you're saying you never shared information with Sergeant Nkosi. Are you saying there when you say purchase orders as per request have been approved, that's not sharing information?
Commissioner, I'm trying to explain a point.
No, but
and
you're
when I'm
not
cut off, it
answering my
makes it
question.
extremely difficult for me. With due
Mr.
respect,
Mnisi,
yes,
Mr.
yes,
Mnisi,
Commissioner.
We are asking questions,
Yes.
and for your benefit, we would like you to answer our questions. When I ask you a question and you avoid it to deal with something else, you're not assisting me. I'm trying to understand something, and to be fair to you, once you have answered me, you can give whatever explanation you like, I will allow you. So if you answer me and you say, can I explain my answer? By all means, I will allow you to do that. But what I will not allow is when I ask you a question, you choose not to answer that question because you want to speak about something else. And maybe I've said many things, so to be fair to you, let me break them down and we take it slow. On the understanding that I will ask a question, you will answer it. If you want the opportunity to explain your answer, I give you that opportunity. Otherwise, we won't make progress at all. So here is the first question. Are you saying in the second last text, you are not sharing information with Mr. Nkosi?
The second last text, no, there's nothing confidential about the text. It's a general message saying purchase orders have been approved. I'm not sure if I'm adhering to your request. I try to answer and then explain.
You're not answering my question. Are you saying you are not sharing information? I didn't ask you about whether it's confidential or not. My question to you is, in that text, are you not sharing information with Sergeant Nkosi?
It's a message to extend gratitude to the general. I'm not sharing information with him.
So when you say purchase orders as per request have been approved. Is that not sharing information?
Commissioner, the first message says, please extend my
No,
gratitude.
I'm not asking about the first message. Mr. Mnisi, I'm asking about purchase orders as per request have been approved. When you say that to Sergeant Nkosi, are you not sharing information with him?
I am sharing information.
Exactly. So why does it have to take 5 minutes? Now, I'm asking you the second question. That relates to other invoices to the value of 14 million, not the invoice we looked at on page 144. Am I correct?
It refers to all those invoices except that one.
Except that one, yes. And my question was, why do you consider it appropriate?
He was already involved, and it was convenient for me. He was already in discussions with the general, and this is still in general terms.
And why did you not say to him he cannot be involved? These are issues between the city of Tshwane and its service providers.
Yeah.
Why did you not say that to him?
He was already involved, Commissioner, and
Yes,
I said
I
earlier on
understand.
that in hindsight, I did mention this earlier on, that in hindsight, I should have got the number of the general much earlier than this. Unfortunately, I had not.
I'm talking about when you are with him in the car.
Yes.
Because you said that's the first stage when he involves himself because he overhears the conversation. And I'm asking you, at the first stage when he sought to involve himself, not when he was already involved, at the first stage when he sought to involve himself in something that has nothing to do with him, he's not a representative of Gubis. He has no business speaking to Tshwane on behalf of Gubis. He has no business resolving internal issues between TMPD and whatever the department that sourced these services. He has no business with that. At the first stage when he involves himself, he's with you. Why do you not say to him, Sergeant Nkosi, these are Tshwane matters, you should not be involved in these matters?
Chair, like I said, it was convenient for me at the time. We were overtaken by events taken into account that we were also in a car. The discussion didn't continue any further at that stage after I had a discussion with Deputy Chief Dlamini. However, I did mention, Chair, that in hindsight, I should have got the number of the Deputy Chief on that point. However, I need to reiterate that at this point in time, I was not and I did not share any sensitive or confidential information. But in hindsight, I do agree. I should have got the number of the Deputy Chief on the spot and had further engagement with him moving forward.
But you can see in the first chat on 145 that is all sensitive information. I honestly cannot understand how you can say this is not confidential. I have spoken to Kane. He promised to ensure that buyers create purchase orders. As soon as I've received the purchase orders, I will fast-track the service and entries and alert accounts payable to release the payments. You then say to him, thank you, Mfowethu, much appreciated. Let's finalize everything tomorrow so we can pay these guys before Friday. How can you say that's not confidential between Tshwane and internal Tshwane people?
No, what I'm saying is I didn't send confidential message. That message was not from me. The second one is from me.
The one that says, let's finalize everything so that we can pay those guys before Friday.
Yes.
Is that not from you to Sergeant Nkosi?
That's from me.
Exactly. Why do you say it's not confidential when a service provider will be paid?
There's nothing sensitive in that message, nor is there anything confidential at this stage.
Is that your view?
That's my view. It is information, but my view is that there's nothing sensitive or confidential. But it is information that I'm sharing,
Okay.
which he submits and forwards to the general.
Okay. Thank you.
I still sit with my confusion, but I think we've spent a long time about that. But I just want to put to you that it seems to me that what you tell the Commission today is that the procedure is that Gubis should have gone first to TMPD,
Yes.
then to supply chain, and only lost to you, and shouldn't really be trying to deal directly with you. Is that correct?
Without formally escalating the process.
Yes. But if we look at what Deputy Chief Dlamini tells Gubis, it seems to be the exact opposite. It says that you are the only gateway. They can't go behind your back to TMPD. They say, you must go back to the CFO, is what General Dlamini says, or Deputy Chief Dlamini. And that seems to me to be the exact opposite of what you're telling us is the correct procedure. Any last comment on that?
On that, Chair, I think what's essential is that the context of that discussion was indeed around that. Maybe there was a element of misunderstanding from the Deputy Chief, which I presume he should be able to answer. Me receiving this text, analyzing it, looking at the contents therein, related to exactly what I had outlined to the Commission. That processes must be followed to the T. It needs to be escalated accordingly in the correct fashion. There's nothing I can do. We need to observe all protocols accordingly. That's what I understood when I received this message, Senior Counsel, and that's what I understand now when I'm explaining to the committee.
But how did you understand he, in other words you, is the only gateway? They can't go with a back door. What does that say?
It means escalating an issue of confusion. If there's an issue of confusion, it must be escalated. And a person who would probably be in a position to mediate after having reviewed the appropriate and sufficient audit evidence would be me. Meaning, I would be in a position to assess Gubi's submission, the reasons for the department, if there were any, for not paying, and then make the appropriate call with the information at present. In this instance, none of that were there, and that's how I understood that message, Chair.
Well, you've received that message from Sergeant Nkosi. If we go to the immediate next message on page 179, your response is, thanks my bra, this is the way, much appreciated. And you're saying that's consistent with your understanding of what the message is saying, that escalate it slowly through TMPD, then procurement, and only then, if necessary, will it come onto my desk.
And to add that all protocols must be followed as per the city's internal controls, SC.
Now, that is at 7:43 p.m. on the 27th. At 7:49 p.m., you WhatsApp to Sergeant Nkosi a call log that shows a missed call from Madlanga Mqina and then 2 calls from Madlanga Mqina at 18:55 and 19:33. Why did you send that call log to Sergeant Nkosi?
Well, Chair, this is a gentleman I had encountered coincidentally. I had nothing to do with him. I had no common interest with him. As far as I was concerned, he's an associate of Sergeant Nkosi. So this was a moment of laughter, saying, why is your friend calling me? I've got no business with your friend. That I would have sent to Sergeant Nkosi. And I think that persists, because on 181 and 182, he does call again. After we had that discussion, if we could just show that on 182, I even laugh about it. Just to prove to the Commission it was one of those light moments where he even laughs at this guy is looking for you.
Yes, but you say Madlanga Mqina is just a friend of Sergeant Nkosi who you don't know.
Yes, who I met at an event or at a restaurant, I must say.
Yeah. Do you know if he has any indirect or direct interest in Gubis?
No.
You don't?
No.
You don't know, or he doesn't have?
I don't know.
You don't know. Because the evidence will be that he appears to have an indirect interest in Gubis.
I don't know that, Chair.
You don't know that?
Yeah.
And it does seem coincidental that at the point at which Deputy Chief Dlamini says the only route for Gubis is to go through you as the gateway, suddenly you start getting a series of calls from Madlanga Mqina who you say you don't know. Can you comment on that?
Chair, I had direct communications with Mr. Calvin Mahlangu. As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Calvin Mahlangu is the director of the company. If Mr. Madlanga Mqina gives me a call, it's something completely unrelated, Hence, we have a light moment with Sergeant Nkosi that look at your friend, he's giving me, he's constantly calling me. I don't know what he's looking for. I mean, he's your friend, he's not my friend.
But one of those, or two of those calls actually seem to have succeeded. If we look at the call log on page 179, it says
Yes.
Madlanga 2, 1933.
Yes.
What did Mr. Mqina speak to you about?
He was asking me if we could have a meeting or if we could meet for coffee or a drink.
And did he explain what it was about?
No, it was just him saying we had met earlier on in the year at that restaurant that we did as per my affidavit. We haven't had a discussion since. Could we possibly meet?
So, out of the blue, shortly after Gubis are told that the only gateway is you, you get two unprecedented calls from Madlanga.
Which is exactly why I sent the screenshot to Sergeant Nkosi. It was out of the blue for me as well. Had there been an issue on the outstanding Gubis payment, Mr. Calvin Mahlangu had direct contact details of mine. He would have called me on that. That's a pure reason why we even had a light moment of this matter. It was purely out of the blue for me.
Yeah, Madlanga has contact details for you too, because he called you on WhatsApp audio.
Yes, remember, SC, I did give in my evidence that we met at a restaurant, we had some pleasantries, we exchanged numbers.
All right, let's go back to the third case where El Shaddai and Ngapesher are mentioned to you. That is on page 157. It's the 25th of March. And you'll see that from 8:01 in the morning through to 8:02, there are 3 calls from you to Sergeant Nkosi, after which he responds yet again with El Shaddai Security Services and Ngapesher Security Services. You see that?
I see that.
And you have said that you still think that he was asking you to check on compliance.
Not on those calls. The reason he sends me these is him asking me to check compliance. But the reason for the calls, Chair, was general matters that we'd always discuss on a daily basis.
So when you get the 2 names out of the blue at 8:12 in the morning, that's not something that you've discussed in the calls.
Remember, this is not out of the blue for me anymore, Chair. We've seen this pop up at 1:48, and we've seen this pop up again on 1:52. It's not out of the blue. I know exactly what he wants, and it's his way of reminding me.
Yes, but on your version, you've told him twice already that this is not ever going to be possible. You can't do it.
Yes, that's true.
He doesn't seem to get your message, does he?
Hence, I say, Chair, at this point, I started to understand as well that he's not saying it in general terms, I see, but obviously, he's still touting for the matter to proceed.
A few hours later, you say, can we meet at Jean Avenue at about 4?
Yes,
And he says, super, yes. And then you say, please bring General Mfowethu.
yes,
He says, sharp Mfowethu over the page at 158. That meeting presumably took place because if we look at page 158, at what, well, message time 2:08 p.m., which would be 4:08 p.m., you say, I've arrived, please let me know when you get here. And at 2:11, which is 4:11, Sergeant Nkosi says, I'm here. So the meeting did take place.
the meeting with Sergeant Nkosi did take place. However, the general was not there. Hence, I need to take you back to 178. This is still on the same day. The general did not attend that meeting. He was committed on other matters that I'm not aware of. On the same day, on the 27th, he then gives feedback on that outstanding matter. He was not present at that day. He couldn't make it.
So he couldn't make it.
Yes.
So why did you want him there?
This issue of the outstanding payment was persisting.
So it was still just about the one outstanding payment to Gubis.
Spot on.
And you wanted a meeting with Sergeant Nkosi and the General.
Well, with the general.
So why was it necessary for Sergeant Nkosi to be there?
At this point, I did mention that it was the hindsight view of mine, where I should have obviously gotten the general's number at this point, but it was still necessary because we're still resolving that outstanding matter.
Can I just find out, I mean, if at this point you're still resolving the outstanding matter, why are you speaking to General Dlamini about it when you have said, you've explained to us there is a process which starts with APPS, I think, and then you've said SCM, and then eventually it will get to you, but somewhere there is peace. Why are you not following that process that you've described? Why are you talking directly to Dlamini when in fact he hasn't yet presented to you what you said there has to be evidence so that you can also justify your decision eventually?
Purpose of
Why are you
that.
not insisting
Sorry,
on
Commissioner.
that process being followed?
Chair, I'm a person who wants to complete matters end to end. And at this stage, this matter was still hanging. And matters like this don't just hang. It ends up in one way or another further escalations or litigations. So it will be clear for us to be fully aware of the position of the city. And the position must be clear. Are we able to process this? Are we not able to process this? So that we're able to speak in one voice in the event that service provider decides to escalate it to me. There needs to be one voice that we speak into as a result of the fact that we have at hand.
Let me say what it looks like to me. It looks like you have a process as you've described it, but you were content with dealing with this matter without following that process, because you on your own account, you start off by getting a call from Goobies. I think you say, Mr. Madlanga, you're in the car with Sergeant Nkosi, and then it involves General Dlamini. You describe to us a process, but nowhere is there evidence of that process being followed. You keep speaking to General Dlamini and Sergeant Nkosi about this. So on your own account, you are not following that process that you say is necessary in order to resolve these issues, which ultimately comes to you because you must resolve it eventually. You're the gateway finally, but you're not following that process consistently. You're not following the process. You're speaking to Dlamini and Nkosi, both of whom are not the instrument to resolve the issue, especially Nkosi because he doesn't belong here. But on your own process, Dlamini is not the one that resolves the issue. It still has to go to SCM and then come to you. Can you just explain that?
Respectfully, Commissioner, I don't agree with that. I'm an individual who follows up with all inquiries from end to end, even if it's a resident raising an issue on an account. Once that issue is being raised, I do make follow-ups with my colleagues. There was this issue that was raised by Sorens of a household in reference to a billing issue. Have you resolved that now? Even though I had formally escalated the matter for them to deal with procedurally. There are time frames. You can't leave issues hanging forever. The city gets overtaken by events because a lot happens on a day-to-day basis. Same in this instance. The purpose of this was for me to get feedback from the general in terms of what's happening. We can't just ignore this thing. I'm not breaching any processes. I'm dealing with the general, who is part and parcel of the process. So what I would have expected from here was the clarity that he sends, I think on 177, where he then sends the, no, not 170, 178, where he then gives that feedback. That was the purpose of that. So I was still following our own procedures and protocols, and it's normal for me to get feedback on the process towards resolving matter from our colleagues.
I accept that at 178 he gives you feedback, and I'm happy you say that. But this feedback that he gives you at 178, it's clear from it that it's not followed the process that you have described to us. And yet you don't say to him in response, you don't say to him, follow the process. In fact, you accept when he says, I've directed them to you, which is where they started. You say, you're right, that's the process. And that's a part that I don't understand, and in fact that I'm putting to you, seems to be inconsistent with your own process that you have described. And I'm battling to understand or to see that you are not involved in a way that undermines the very process that you've described needs to be followed.
So at this point, Commissioner, I can only deal with the colleagues that we have. And once they raise this, I need to accept that as the status quo, meaning the onus is now on the service provider to take the matter forward. Meaning I'm not breaching our processes because I'm not actively intervening. I was requesting for feedback, and that's normal in terms of resolving matters. Once colleagues who are within the city give me feedback, I accept that. And then the onus is on the service provider to take the matter on.
Yes, but you see, Dlamini says, I've told the service provider to go back to 482. That's a problem I have, that right now you say that the onus is on the service
Yes.
provider, and I accept that. They must submit the necessary documents. But here's what's happening internally. General Dlamini, you have said he must go and meet with them, right? In those WhatsApp exchanges where Sergeant Nkosi forwards to you where General Dlamini says, I need to know whether to meet with Gubis. You say, let him go meet them. He gives feedback. He says, I have met with them, and in my meeting with them, I've redirected them to the CFO. I've said they must meet with the CFO because that's where they started. You respond and you say, this is the way. Much appreciated. So on your own handling of this matter, you don't say to Dlamini, tell the service provider to do our internal process, which is submit to you a PPS, then it must go to SCM, and then it will come to me. You don't do that. You say to him, I agree with you that you have redirected them to me, which is where they started. I don't know what you're saying, the service provider, if indeed this was about payment, what you're saying the service provider must do now, because they started with you. And Dlamini tells them, go back to the CFO, and you say to Dlamini, I agree. And yet you're explaining to us now that, but the process is different and they were not following the process. I'm completely confused about your explanation if this was about payment.
Okay. Commissioner, this was about payment, firstly. Secondly, once I receive such communication, it means the matter has been fully ventilated. And I don't expect anything further. There's nothing further I can do except for wait for any form of communication that I will refer accordingly. When I say, thanks, this is the way, I'm sufficient and I'm happy with the explanation that I'm receiving from the Deputy Chief Dlamini. Meaning from his end, he has done what he can do. There's nothing else that he can do. Meaning if these guys want to take it further, they just need to refer the matter to me. He, at his stage at TMPD, is most likely saying, I've evaluated this matter. I don't see any probable case for payment. You can escalate this matter if you want. I then respond and say, okay, that's the way. Let's see what they have. Let them escalate and let them submit POE now.
Thank you, Mr. Minister.
So the purpose of this meeting, as I understand it, was to deal with the Gubis payment issue.
Yes.
And the critical player there would be General Dlamini or Deputy Chief Dlamini.
TMPD.
TMPD, yes.
Yes.
But he didn't come to the meeting.
He was not available.
So why did you and Sergeant Nkosi meet anyway?
We socialize all the time. We had a meal after that. It was a long day. We probably had lunch.
When did the General tell you that he wasn't going to come?
He didn't tell me. He told Sergeant Nkosi.
And you just met anyway?
No, we just met anyway and we had a meal.
Let's look at what I'm going to call him the General because that's how he's referred to in the papers. Let's look at what the General does later that evening. Can we go to page 176? Same bundle. So at 176, the last text on the page is a screenshot that Sergeant Nkosi sends you at 8:31 p.m. And it's a screenshot that on its face comes from a message that the General sent to him at 8:02 that day. And it's a table that has tender number TMPD1, and then it's got a list of 7 companies on it. And at the bottom it says, Captain, nai mandate u Victor apiwe yona from US. And helpfully underneath it, the Sergeant Nkosi has said, companies given to Victor by Nico. So, number of questions. We've established that US is the general. So this comes from the general. And the message says, Captain, this is the mandate that Victor received. Victor was given to Victor. Is that correct?
In terms of this message, yes, that's correct, Jesse.
Sorry?
You saying what must I confirm?
Look at the foot of that message.
Yes.
Captain, nai mandate u Victor apiwe yona.
Yes.
This is a mandate given
Yes.
to Victor.
Yes.
A mandate.
Yes.
In other words, something that Victor must act on.
This looks like it, yes, Jesse.
Yes, and we see below that the mandate was given by someone called Nika.
Yes.
So let's identify the players. Who is Victor?
Victor is a chairperson of this evaluation committee.
Victor Khopa.
Yes, that's him.
He is the chairperson of the BEC, and he's been given a mandate.
Of BEC, yes.
Yes. 7 companies.
Yes.
How did you understand this message?
I ignored this message.
No, that wasn't my question. How did you understand it?
I read the message. It said, Captain, nai mandate u Victor Piwayon. That's how I understood it.
So Victor has been given a mandate
Yes.
in relation to 7 companies and this tender.
Yes.
How I understand it is Victor has been given a mandate to make sure that these 7 companies get the tender.
Yes.
Is that how you understood it?
Well, Chair, I'm not going to comment on what that is because I can assure you now, I didn't even entertain this thing.
No,
Because it
I accept that you didn't entertain it, but I want to understand, I want to know how you understood it.
This could have meant a number of things. It could have meant Victor must make sure companies are awarded, which he can't because he sits with committee of individuals. Secondly, it could have meant that Victor must check compliance. So it's difficult for me to give you an answer, Chair. I did not entertain this message from my
Sorry, Mr. Mnisi. The question is about how you
Yes.
understood it. It's not about several possibilities. How did you understand it? That's the question.
Yes, Commissioner. And my answer is I understood it within those probabilities, that it could mean a number of things. I didn't know what it meant, but it could mean those 2 probabilities. But I can't come to the Commission and expressly say, I understood this have meant that.
So as you read it,
I had options in my mind that this is
as
what...
you read it, you
Yes.
understood it possibly to mean one of those
Yes.
possibilities.
Yes.
Who is Nico?
I don't know who's Nico.
Sergeant Nkosi confirmed that Nico was Nico Matobela. Do you
Okay.
know Nico Matobela?
No, I don't know Nico.
You've never had any dealings with Nico Matobela?
I've never met him. I don't know him. I've
Is-
never had any dealings with him, SC.
Was there anyone called Nico Matobela who had any role to play in the award of this tender? Official role?
No, I'm not aware of any official by the name of Nico Matuela.
And you've said in relation to the message that you understood it to be capable of 2 meanings. One, Victor had been given a mandate to appoint these 7, and 2, Victor had been given a mandate to check compliance on these 7.
Yes.
Would either of those mandates given to Victor be lawful?
No, he can't. There's no way he could check compliance. Firstly, tender is closed. He could only, by law, give clarification on the outcomes of the bid. So let's know from a compliance perspective. Secondly, it's also no. He's not allowed to get names from external individuals to appoint.
Did you raise this with Victor?
No, Chair, I didn't raise it with him.
Why not?
Because my job was to ensure that I strengthen the process and ensure that there's no glitch within the award of TMPT 01. For me, this was a matter that I need to look out for and ensure that the process is even stringent.
Well, here you have the chair of the BEC, who you are being told has been given a mandate either to appoint 7 companies or to check compliance with 7 companies at a stage when it would not have been lawful to do so. Did you not think that it was appropriate to raise with Mr. Khopa whether this report of his mandate was true?
You see, firstly, Chair, me raising this with him would now have an element of me trying to find out what's going on within the BEC. Once I'm aware of such information, my role is to strengthen that process, and amongst others is to ensure that probity assessments that are done are completed accordingly, and that all information that is assessed, validated, is true and correct. It does give me a warning to be vigilant and to ensure that we strengthen this process, which is exactly what was done by referring the matter to probity for further assessments.
So although on its face, the message suggested at least a real possibility that Victor had been given a mandate to rig this tender, you didn't see fit to take this further in any city processes?
No, I did see to take it further, and me taking it further was insisting on probity to occur without fail.
But probity would have occurred come what may. This tender was above 20 million. You didn't have to play any role there.
No, Chair, remember, not all matters, even if it's after 20 million, are automatically taken by probity team. Me was to emphasize there are reprioritizations that occur all the time. So it was essential for me to ensure that that probity assessment is not deviated at all costs.
But probity would not have picked up external attempts to interfere in the process. For example, and this is from your explanation of probity, of the probity process. Probity would not have picked up, for example, that Mr. Modise has been approached to do something, the WhatsApp that we looked at. Probity would not pick up that Sergeant Nkosi asked you to confirm compliance, and later on you suspect, in fact, he wanted you to influence the tender. Probity would not have picked up this mandate to Victor. So the answer can't be that, I insisted on probity and so all was covered. If the question is, what did you do? You are the CFO with some responsibility, yes, together with the city manager for your procurement processes, the integrity of your procurement processes. And when you are asked, you become aware that there are these attempts, including people being given mandates, allegations that people have been given mandates. If you ask the question, why did you not do did you do anything about it? The answer can't lie in probity, because probity looks, you said to us, I think on Friday, probity looks at all the tender documents, all the documents that were submitted, and then they make a determination whether the process was fair. So the answer must be something else, can't be probity.
Chair, that's the relevant answer. You know why I'm saying that? Because it would be in a position to check whether all compliance, administrative, mandatory, and all stages of procurement are followed to the T. Matters of this nature, from my perspective at this stage, I just need to be vigilant and be wary of them. So the process of probity is essential because it validates whether there's been any breach within the steps. Also, what's key, Chair, is that within the segregation of duties, before documents are transferred from point A to point B, they're always under lock and safe, and there's always individuals who are there signing off on handing over documents. So what would occur within that process would be something that would express for probity to ensure that this portfolio of evidence on what happened within that process.
Could probity have picked up that Sergeant Nkosi tried to influence you to do something about his brother's tender? Is that something that probity, outside of the tender documents that were submitted, just from your communication with Sergeant Nkosi, could the probity process have picked it up?
The answer is no to that.
Yes.
But can I please explain?
You can.
Probity would have picked up whether there was an actual tamper of those documents, whether there was actual influence. They would not have picked up an attempt. An attempt, it's not easy for them to pick up. But an actual tamper, it's easy for them to pick up. They utilize a number of specialized audit tools in assessing documents, how they are compiled, whether there's been exchange of documents. That's the process that they follow.
Yes, and the question was, and if it wasn't Mr. Chaskalson's question, then it's my question. It is, you become aware because you are directly approached to assist a tender, right? A particular tender or bidder. You become aware that your deputy mayor has been approached to assist. And for that matter, he says in a meeting, he says, I was in a meeting, so it's parties that are represented in the municipality that he says, I had a meeting with, and this is what they said. You become aware of that. You become aware that General Dlamini is involved with distributing lists of companies that are supposed to be favored, whether at the BEC level, you become aware that the chairperson of the BEC has been given mandates, at least that allegation. My question is, CFO, why do you do nothing about it? Not probity. Don't say to me, I know probity will pick it up. I'm asking you, CFO, because you and the city manager do have responsibility for the integrity of your procurement processes, the SCM, the whole process. You have responsibility for and accountability for it. Do you do anything about those attempts at external influence, at influence? And if you don't, what is the reason for that?
Okay. So at this stage,
And I want to add the involvement of Sergeant Nkosi as well. You have a complete outsider who is involved in this, who has a personal relationship with you. You do absolutely nothing to discourage his involvement in affecting the tender or the procurement processes of the city. Can you just explain that?
so at this point, Chair, for me to raise anything further, I need to have evidence of gratification, inducement, or an acceptance by other party. That indeed you do this for me, I'm going to get 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the sufficient appropriate evidence that I need to have at my disposal before I can even escalate a matter for further engagement. Because at that point in time, I would have had evidence that there is interest, and there's always interest in these matters. I would also have evidence that there's been an agreement, and there's a form of gratification and inducement that has been advanced by any other parties. So without that, at this point in time, my role is to strengthen the processes and to ensure that everything is followed to the T, and that property is aware of ensuring that all matters of the stages of procurement are adhered to. So the reason I don't do that, there's no evidence of inducement, nor is there any evidence of gratification. It would render my case a case of strengthen your controls. Even if I were to raise that, it would be, you need to ensure that the processes are stringent and strengthened at this stage in time. We don't have sufficient evidence to really take the matter forward.
Thank you.
Chair, we've reached 1:05. I have a long way to go on this topic.
Let's adjourn and come back at 2:05.
Good afternoon, all. We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your phones are off. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chaskalson.
Thank you, Chair. We had dealt with the issue of the message in relation to the mandate given to Victor. But that wasn't the only message that Sergeant Nkosi sent you on the 25th of March. If we go to page 177, that message was succeeded by a message at 9:08 p.m. Where Sergeant Nkosi says, a message which is again from its language forwarded from General Dlamini, that says, "Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given Kumfuetu in order of priority." And then there's a list of 7, and the first 2 are El Shaddai and Gapesher. Your response is, "Thanks, Mfuetu, I'm on top of this." Now, this message, did you recognize this message as a message originating with General Dlamini?
Through its language, yes.
So General Dlamini was through Sergeant Nkosi saying, "Find below our vehicles for land to be given to yourself in order of priority." And then El Shaddai and Gapesher are the first 2. What did you understand General Dlamini to be wanting through this message?
That I would be able to assist in checking compliance.
Assist in
also-
checking compliance.
This is also the 4th time
That's the
that
third.
this is coming on board, Chair. So at this stage, I've also indicated that I was a tad, irritated and annoyed because this thing was persisting right from page 148. So this was the fourth instance that I was facing with receiving requests of checking compliance. And at this stage, I had already indicated it. From my perspective, I already had an idea that it might not have been stated verbatim, but it was more than just checking compliance.
So by this stage, you were starting to suspect that they may be wanting you to rig the tender in favor of those companies.
I had suspicion because I've explained on many occasions that I can't do that, but the matter kept persisting.
And indeed, if they weren't asking you to rig the tender, it's difficult to make sense of order of priority, isn't it? I mean, what could order of priority relate to other than an attempt to rig the tender?
Check compliance starting with El Shaddai, then you can check compliance followed by Ngapesheya, etc.
But why would priority even be relevant if all they were asking you to do is to check compliance?
Because time permitting, you couldn't check all documents. It would take a considerable amount of time if you were to check any document if it's compliant.
But at this stage, it's not possible to cure any deficiencies in relation to compliance. The bids have closed.
100%. Hence, SC, I'm indicating that over and above that, I already had suspicions that this is over and above that, even though it wasn't stated to me verbatim. I knew that.
But because bids have closed, why would priority make any sense if all they were asking you to do is check compliance?
That's how I understood the message.
You still understood it to be relating to compliance.
Spot on.
And then you answer, thanks, Mfowethu, I'm on top of this.
Yes.
Yeah, why?
So at this stage, I realized that either I'm being taken for a fool here, because I've explained this on a number of occasions. So I'm also going to play along and take them for a fool. In terms of, it's fine. I'm on top of this, because I needed this to stop. It was persisting over and over and over again. So I played along, I entertained, I used what we generally refer to as huffing and puffing.
When he sent you this list now, you must have had a conversation with him on the phone where he told you, I'm sending you a list. So there's the initial list that was preceded by his own telephone call. And you say in that call he would have told you that he wants you to check for compliance. Now at 177, that would have also been followed by or preceded by a telephone call.
Commissioner, well, in this instance, no, there was no telephone call.
So when he gives you a different list, because this is a different list from where you started, so it couldn't be a reminder without an explanation. He's giving you new companies.
Yes, Commissioner, but the context is the same. Once he gives me companies of this nature, with the starting point of the two, in my mind, I can already see and I can relate this to the context of 148, 152, and 157.
Even though he didn't say that to you.
Even though he didn't say
doesn't
that.
say to you, Two Cops, Tautau, Vision, Vimtire, Shumile. I don't know if you know these companies, but he doesn't say to you, I would like you to check for compliance with these other companies. He just sends and you conclude, without him saying anything to you, you conclude that it's about checking compliance.
Yes, Commissioner. I related this to the beginning of 148, and I concluded when I read this message, it was in relation to that. Yes.
Just on the face of this message?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mnisi, are you aware that the list on 177 is different to the list on 148? So they can't be asking you the same thing. If you look at the list on 148, those 7 companies, and presumably that's the people who purport to represent the EFF, just have a look at that list in the second last chat. Do you see that it's not the same as the list on 177?
Yes, Commissioner, I see.
So if the earlier conversation, because you say this only happened once, where they asked you to check for compliance, once they get to 177, it's clear that what you have is an alternative list to the mandate given to Victor. So he's saying, this is the mandate given to Victor, but this is our list, which means this is the counter to the mandate given to Victor. The list on 177 can be the same as the discussion in 148 because they are completely different lists. So if on 148 you were asked to check compliance, that's not what you are being asked on 177.
Commissioner, my understanding when I read these messages, subsequent to the following discussions and the various occasions, that what was requested of me to do. And I couldn't have, I related this to the same TMPD-01. They came in succession of one another. Even if you look at 148, they first request me to check Ngapesha El Shaddai and then a list of 7 companies. Moving further to 177, they send me a whole different list with a caption of a mandate to Victor, but then thereafter another list as well. So from my perspective, there's a clear understanding that this is in relation to one event. Yes, there might be competing views coming from wherever, which I'm not involved in and I will not entertain and I didn't entertain. From my context and understanding of the sequence of events, it was in relation to checking compliance, whether their priorities were changing or not.
So your understanding is that you were being asked to check compliance of 21 different security companies? Because these are 21 different security companies.
My understanding was that I must check compliance, yes.
Of 21 different security companies?
Yes. And then their priorities changed. I mean, from 138, they stopped sending me the list of 7. It was a different set. That's what they thought, that's what they expected.
And that, does it not surprise you that it's always 7? They come in 7s. They don't come in 5s. They don't come in 3s. They always come in 7s when they come to you. And that's not unusual for you.
It's in relation to the tender TMPD1,
Yeah, but why 7?
because 7 companies were appointed. I think that was the mandate, 1 per region. They must have obviously understood that.
Yeah. So 7 companies were to be appointed.
Spot on,
So
Chair.
when people send you 7 companies, the first thing you think about is it's not related to who should be appointed. It's related to checking compliance.
Yes, Commissioner, but can I explain, please?
Compliance with what, before you explain?
Compliance with mandatory requirements, administrative requirements, whether they were ticking the boxes. And it's something I couldn't do at this stage at all. I couldn't even advise on that.
And to be fair to you, you asked to explain. So explain and then go back to Mr. Chaskalson.
So what I was explaining, Chair, is that that's what they were asking me to do. And that's what made me link the two to the first discussion. The first discussion was on 148, please assist with checking compliance. If they keep on sending a list of 7 companies, it's in relation to that. Hence, you can see this persistence, Chair, and you can see why I wouldn't waste my time doing this. And
But Mr. Mnisi, you
Yes.
can see why it couldn't have been a reminder. So your evidence this morning that they were reminding me cannot be correct, because if it's a different list, then you're not being reminded to check compliance of the previous list, because it's a completely different list.
I respectfully disagree with that, Commissioner. The request was to check compliance, whatever they were sending me. If you look at 148 as explained, right, I ignored that. I didn't even say anything. It was preceded by a phone call. That phone call is what expedited on what I was requested to do. If you look at the second instance on 152, that second instance, they just sent me 2, and it's after a phone call. The phone call this time comes first. There's a request while we're speaking. Did you check that? No, I did not check. I don't even remember what you sent me. They then sent that to me again, which is why, from my perspective, that's a reminder. On 157, similar thing happens. And then on 177, exactly the same thing happens. There's no way where I trigger that, firstly, and I respectfully disagree with that point of view, Commissioner.
Okay.
Now, you've just spent, these messages come from, in a period around about, from 8:30 p.m. on the 25th of March. You've spent the evening of the 25th of March in what should have been a meeting with Sergeant Nkosi and General Dlamini, but turned into just a night out with Sergeant Nkosi, remember?
It was not a night out. It was probably just lunch for like 45 minutes, not a night out.
Just 45 minutes. And it started roundabouts, I think the last, about 4:15 is when Sergeant Nkosi arrived. So you just spent 45 minutes together. Yes. And you went your separate ways around about 5 o'clock. But you did spend 45 minutes together.
Yes.
And before that, on the same day, before you've spent that 45 minutes together, Sergeant Nkosi has sent you 2 names, Ngapeshea and El Shaddai, early in the day. And now afterwards, he sends you 7 names saying, this is the mandate given to Victor by Nico. You don't know who Nico is.
No, I don't know who Nico is.
But these are 7 strange names.
Uh-huh.
And then he answers, he follows that up saying, here are another 7 names. Find below our vehicles for land to be given Kuimfuetu in order of priority. You see that?
In order of priority?
In order of priority, yes.
Yes, I see that.
You say, thanks, Mfowethu, I'm on top of this.
Mm-hmm.
And then you say, this is ours, Mfowethu. Yes. This is the final list, right? Mm-hmm. So now is this huffing and puffing? You're playing along with him?
Yes.
I see. And it's just a pure coincidence that the top 2 on that list just happened to be awarded the contract a few months later.
It's not a coincidence, SC.
It's not a coincidence.
They were compliant. The documents that were submitted, that were evaluated, that were probity checked, deemed these companies as compliant.
No, well, there are many issues before you get to the award of a tender. Compliance is one of them. In due course, we'll show that they weren't remotely compliant. The second is whether they were the best bids. But of course, if you're not compliant, you shouldn't get your foot in the door at all. You accept that. There is a third issue, which is if there is an appearance of bias in the process in favor of a particular company, they should not be awarded a contract. In fact, the whole process should be nullified. Are you aware of that?
So there's no bias that's reflected here, Chair. I'm sorry.
Sorry, you say there's no bias here?
There's no bias at all.
I'm talking about the appearance of bias.
The appearance of bias is in the event that physical exchange of documents and there's physical proof to prove that. And once there's sufficient evidence, we can rely on that to take the matter forward.
Well, I mean, I don't want to enter into a legal debate with you, but I want to put some facts to you. By this stage, we have a series of texts which show that a complete outsider acting with the deputy head of the client department is repeatedly asking you to give preference to the bids of two companies, El Shaddai and Ngapashare. You accept that? 4 separate occasions.
I accept that with an explanation that it was for me to check compliance.
But earlier on, you recognized that by this stage, the 4th stage, you had started to realize that what they were actually asking for you to do was to interfere with the proper processes of the tender in favor of those companies.
Indeed, I mean, I've seen this and I see the persistence and I can read in between the lines. Unfortunately, at this stage, I still don't have sufficient evidence to confront anyone in reference to that. But from my perspective, in my own understanding, it was clear. I mean, you can't persist so much, being rejected, being explained to, but you still persist on the same matter. It's either you're ignorant or you're playing me for a fool, which was, of course, the second aspect. Hence, I had to decide to play along and to ensure that I deal with this matter once and for all. And with also all due respect, you will take note that after this, and my purported playing along and entertaining, or rather huffing and puffing, it stops. Not ever again do I receive any communications of this nature.
Well, that's not entirely true, but let's look at the sequence. Let's go to page 444. And there, you'll see that on the 13th of April, General Dlamini sends 2 messages to Sergeant Nkosi. The first one says, lease agreement for both company and director for rates and taxes. Interpretation of PI Act. 3 years financials must be done by independent auditor and signed or certification that they've been audited. Lease agreement of vehicles. The document submitted of Avis is a quotation, and we need an agreement with photos of vehicles, including a 5-ton truck. Public liability insurance for 10 million. And immediately underneath, afternoon, Captain, I trust you well and your family. Please push Becky to submit the above documents. These look like documents that would be mandatory requirements for compliance with that tender TMPD1. Is that not correct?
But we're sitting on the 13th of April.
Yes.
Tenders have been submitted and closed on the 2nd of October, SC. These documents are under lock and key.
Are you seriously, you've been through these documents, have you not?
So my question is, why would we infer that this chat here is in reference to that? Maybe firstly, I've never received this. This was never ever forwarded to me. You are now, with respect, SC, showing me a conversation between Sergeant Nkosi and the Deputy Chief Dlamini. And you're pointing out areas of deficiency. This is clear areas of deficiency. I can see that. I'm just requesting for you to please show me the alignment between TMPD1 and on this.
Well, was a lease agreement for both company and director for rates and taxes a mandatory requirement for TMPD1?
Well, with your permission, I want to go to my annexures where I look at the mandatory requirements so that I'm give you a certain answer.
You can just
on my own.
say yes or no if you know the answer. If you want to go to if you need to go to the annexures, by all means go there. But if you know the answer, let's hear it.
With your permission, please, SC, may I please go to my document so I can verify
Sure
that.
do.
So I'm on my bundle, and I'm on annexure GM13. I'm going to start with page 162, and I presume this is stage 1, and it should be part of administrative requirements. So A is in reference to a tax compliance. B is in reference to CSD documentation. C is in reference to confirmation that the bidder's company rates and taxes are up to date. Original municipal bidder, statement for the bidder, not older than 3 months, and account must not be in arrears. Letter of statement and affidavit from landlord, or that the bidder has no disputed account and that the account is not in arrears. So based on this, there is a company document that's required or a letter in the form of an affidavit. So I can confirm that as a requirement. So here, we're saying a lease agreement for both company or director. What I'm seeing on page 163 of my bundle, GM13, page number, item number C, it does request for a confirmation of the bidder's company documents for rates and taxes, 1, or a letter from the landlord confirming that.
So you're saying that item 1 in this chat on page 444 was not a mandatory requirement?
So what I'm saying, SC, is that on page 44, item 1 says, lease agreement for both company and director for rates and taxes. The actual documentation on GM13 says or. You need to submit the companies, doesn't say both. Further,
Under the MFMA, is it permissible to award a contract to a bidder whose directors are not up to date with their rates of taxes? Do you know the answer to that?
the terms of reference and the specifications as discussed in the bid specification committee is key.
So you're saying this is not, there are no overriding requirements in the MFMA?
The statement of return, the statement that must be submitted, whether for the company or for the director, as per the specifications, must not be in arrears.
So if the directors are in arrears but the company isn't, you can still consider the tender?
In the event that the terms of reference as per the specifications are clear, that we want either or. So if whatever has been submitted,
I'm asking you a separate question. I'm asking you about a legal requirement that is higher than anything your specifications can say. Does the MFMA contain such a provision? Are you aware of that?
the MFMA contains a provision that the rates and taxes that are submitted must not be in arrears.
For companies and directors?
Or,
You say or.
yes.
Continue.
Well, I'll go to the second one. I think the first one, remember what I'm trying to do is to see an alignment or a linkage between 444 as well as the terms of reference. So from item number 1, I don't see that alignment because it says this requirement is for both. The terms of reference says 1. So that already from my perspective doesn't align to TMPD 1. Item number 2.
Sorry, before you go to item number 2, unless we are reading different documents, at 163, your page 163, item C, from the top, it says confirmation that the bidding company's rates and taxes are up to date.
Yes.
And then D, in addition to the above, confirmation that all bidding company owners' rates and taxes are up to date. Am I missing something in your discussion with Mr. Chaskalson?
Yes, so we are getting to D. Remember, I just touched on C. I'm getting to D now because we want to move on down the ladder.
You're not saying it's either or. I'm reading this to say, my reading of this suggests that you require both to be compliant.
If you look at both C and D, yes.
Okay.
Do we have to look at both C and D, or can we choose which of these requirements we're going to honor and which ones we're not?
No, we have to look at both C and D. These are mandatory requirements.
So that first requirement is tallies with the tender.
Yes.
Let's look
virtue
at the
of both
second.
C and D, SC, yes.
Interpretation of PI Act.
Interpretation of PI Act.
What's this tender about?
The tender TMPD1,
Yes.
illegal land invasion and illegal occupation of the city's buildings.
And what is the primary legislation governing that process?
Sure, that's TMPD competency, and that's why they're involved in governing, in complying the specifications. I can't answer that.
Do you know what PI Act stands for?
No.
Prevention of Illegal Evictions Act.
Okay.
Would you accept that that is the single most important piece of legislation governing the subject matter of this tender?
Amongst the rest, this is a key requirement.
Not amongst the rest, the single most important.
See, with all due respect, all the requirements are equally important. Anyone that's not there results into disqualification. So it is equally important as all other mandatory administrative
I'm
compliance
talking about
matters.
legislation governing the subject matter of this tender, not qualifications to enter the bidding process. Legislation governing the subject matter of this tender.
So the specialists will be able to answer that, and the specialists will be individuals from human settlements as well as TMPD.
So you can't comment on that.
I don't know.
What is your response to 2 in terms of the requirements of the tender?
2, on the administrative requirements, I don't see that there. I'm going to stage 2 now. On stage 2, on 164, we start on 165. And I can see on item number 4, there is a reference that bidders must submit a complete copy of the Prevention of Illegal Eviction of an Unlawful Occupation Act. I agree to that.
How about 3?
I'm just jumping in between the 2. 3 references, 3 years financials must be done by independent auditor and signed or certification that they have been audited. So I'll presume that this must have been part of the administrative requirements. I'm going to go back up to 1 first, and then I'll see if they are there in B. So we've covered A in terms of the tax compliance certificate. B was the CSD. C and D made reference to the company's rates and taxes, as well as the individual's rates and taxes. E makes reference to ensuring completion of all bidding documents 1, 4, 5, 8, and 9. And then part of E is the failure to declare interest will be disqualified. Financial statements for the most recent 3 years, or financial statements from date of existence for companies less than 3 years. The bidder must submit the signed, audited annual financial statements for the most recent 3 years, established for a shorter period, submit audited annual financial statements from the date of establishment. If a bidder is not required by law to prepare signed financial statements for auditing purposes, then the bidder must submit proof that the bidder is not required by law to prepare audited financial statements. So what I can confirm from what we're seeing here is that audited financial statements needed to be submitted. But the element of having an independent auditor sign them off for certification, I don't see that.
Sorry,
But I can agree that.
Sorry, maybe we're missing each other. What are audited financial statements if they're not signed off by an independent auditor?
Audited financial statements are financial statements that are audited. So
And does the auditor not have to be independent?
yes, so what I'm looking at here is the elements which cover that, and I'm saying it is there, Chair, as part of, I think, the second, third line item from the bottom, where it said, if it's established for a shorter period, submit audited annual financial statements from the date. So it is audited financial statements that are required. I'm not disputing that. I was just explaining.
Let's go to the next item.
Next one is lease agreement for vehicles. Document submitted of Avis is a quotation, and we need agreement with photos of vehicles, including 5-ton truck. That must have been within the mandatory requirements, and I think that's covered on item 5, where it says lease vehicle, signed lease agreement by either director or company along with the title holder for certification. And the next one on the public liability insurance for 10 years, for 10 million, apologies. It's captured for under 166.
So we've now established that all of these were mandatory requirements.
These are mandatory requirements as per GM 13, yes.
And General Dlamini is saying, afternoon, Captain, I trust you are well and your family. Please push Becky to submit the above documents. So what it looks like is that some 6 months after the tender has closed and documents are supposed to be under lock and key, General Dlamini and Sergeant Nkosi are trying to make arrangements to cure 5 different mandatory disqualification features of the Nkapeshea bid.
That's what it looks like, but however, this doesn't also preclude this from being a bid in anywhere else. Why I'm saying that is because this is the 13th of April. There's no way documents could be amended from my point of view. I have outlined how the process operates, so I'm still struggling to see why this could purely relate to that, to TMPD1 from my perspective.
We'll get there. I want to take you to some other sort of strange features of this. Let's look at the top of page 455. This is
455.
455. This is Sergeant Nkosi on the same day. General, I spoke to Becky now. He tells me he's spoken to Nico. You didn't know who Nico was, but...
Excuse me, SC, I'm not following. My 455...
445, sorry. Sorry.
Okay, 445, yes, I see that.
And you remember, you didn't know who Nico was, but Sergeant Nkosi identified him as Nico Matobela.
Yes, SC, I don't know him.
And you said Nico Matobela had no legitimate role to play in this contract.
No, he's not an employee of the city as far as I'm concerned.
Well, Sergeant Nkosi writes to General Dlamini, I spoke to Becky now. He tells me he's spoken to Nico when he was busy with the documents of El Shaddai. No? El Shaddai is one of the 2 companies that Sergeant Nkosi has repeatedly been sending your way. And with hindsight, we believe he was asking you to interfere in the process in favor of El Shaddai. Nico promised to help out. Now he's no longer answering his phone. Please check, Nico. I will push Becky. These people must know it's not one thing. They must work as a team, not the other way. Please, General, intervene. We can't lose now. We've been waiting for this for a while. What does that look like to you?
So this looks obviously like they are assessing documentation, or they are preparing a bid document, or they are analyzing what the requirements are of a specific bid that they are dealing with, and they need to ensure that those companies' details or mandatory or administrative requirements are compliant. That's what it looks like to me.
And you don't see any link between that and TMPD1, the tender TMPD1?
TMPD1 had closed on the 2nd of October. The process that I've outlined and how I know the city operates, there's no way this could have related to that. So at this stage in time, this could be individuals working on bids from I don't know where. So I'm still at this point in time unable to conclusively say it's for TMPD1. What I can confirm is that it looks like individuals are working together on a submission. But it can't be a submission for the city of Tshwane because you can't be starting a whole bid from scratch. This looks like people analyzing, assessing, auditing documents that they have and preparing a bid. That's what it looks like to me.
Let's go to your chats now. Let's go to page 228. This is now the 24th of April.
Yes.
Message time 12:39, actual time 2:39 p.m. You send to Sergeant Nkosi a message saying, Ngapeshe is grade B and has nothing in the documents.
Yes.
Mfowethu, please send to US and request him to provide him with information for the correction. We need grade A guards.
Yes.
Yes, so you did send those messages?
Yes, these are my messages and I did send them.
Yes, what were you doing?
So at this point in time, Sergeant Nkosi had sent me a document for another institution where they were preparing a bid. So as a bid that they were busy preparing, I looked at the published tender document that was there, spotted the key requirements. Key requirements of that tender document was grade A, nothing to do with grade B. So I was saying, because I knew that the general would assist him on preparing bids in some way or form, they need to take it up with him so they can work on that together. This, I can assure you, was not in relation to TMPD1 whatsoever.
So your version is that the General, yourself, and Sergeant Nkosi were freelancing on the side for a tender for another government institution. Is that the version?
Not freelancing, providing bid clarification on the tender that they'd been working on.
Sorry,
There's no-
providing what?
Well, he had asked me to look at the clarification on the document that was there. I'm not freelancing because I'm not expecting any payment. I don't want any payment. I'm purely providing advice on something that they're interested in, SC.
So you are offering free tender advice to Sergeant Nkosi, and you're suggesting that he gets the assistance of General Dlamini, another employee of the city, to get more free advice on his tendering processes.
Of course,
That's correct.
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Where do we see this other document or whatever was sent to you to advise on? Because you must have been working off something to saying Ngapeshe is grade B and has nothing in the documents.
Yes.
To say we need a grade A guide,
Yes.
and then ask him to provide information for correction.
Yes.
You were working from what
I had
to be
seen-
able to make
yes.
those observations?
Yes, Commissioner, I'd seen the actual tender document for that institution.
So how did you receive it? Was it given to you in hard copy? Was it sent on email? Was it sent on WhatsApp?
No, it wasn't.
Because so far, everything that you have about this transaction, it is on WhatsApp.
Yes.
How did you get
No, this
this
one,
other
he
document?
gave me a copy of it. The actual,
Who
the
gave
raw
you?
tender document, Sergeant Nkosi.
To assist who? Who was the bidder that you were assisting?
Ngapeshe, that's his brother.
Okay.
And the requirements of that was grade A. They didn't have grade A, so they were never going to qualify for that bid.
Yes.
Because they had grade B.
No, I am answered. You were assisting Ngapeshe. You had Ngapeshe's documents in front of
No,
you.
no, I
when
didn't
you
have
made
that.
these
Sorry,
observations.
I'm so sorry, Commissioner. I don't want to interject. Apologies. But I just want to correct. I didn't have Ngapeshe's documents. I had a raw tender document that wasn't completed. I did not have Ngapeshe's documents. I had known that this requires grade A. They don't have grade A cards.
Yes, but you say in the message, you say Ngapeshe is grade B and has nothing in the documents. So you had Ngapeshe's documents.
Maybe just
The
to,
question is, which documents? You can't walk back this message. This message, clearly, you had Ngapeshe's documents. That's why you're able to say there's nothing in the documents.
with all due respect, I was referring to the tender document. I had a document. It was a raw tender document.
Why do you know that Ngapeshe has nothing in the documents if you're looking at a raw, what you call a raw, unnamed? It doesn't have anyone's name.
Yes.
If that's the document you have in your hands,
Yes.
how do you know that Ngapeshe is B and there is nothing in the documents?
So my point of reference and what I meant with this message, as you can even see, the sentence structure and the construction is not so good. However, Ngapeshe is grade B. There's nothing in the documents about grade B.
No, you're not saying that. You're saying, and has nothing in the documents. Ngapeshe has nothing in the documents. That's the only sensible way of reading this message. It has nothing to do with construction or misunderstanding. When you read this and you read it sensibly, you're saying Ngapeshe is grade B and has nothing in the documents. So you are working off Ngapeshe's documents.
Honorable Commissioner, I think I'm just going to clarify that again because I know the document I was working on, and it was the tender document. I say here, Ngapesheya is grade B, and there's nothing in the documents. So I meant that there's nothing in the document about grade B, because this particular tender required grade A, did not require grade B.
Okay.
Maybe it's how I wrote it at that point in time, but the interpretation and what I meant when I sent that, regardless of how quick I was and my inability to correct the sentence structure at that stage, but that's what I meant.
And when you say we need grade A guards, if you are not participating in this tender, who is the we? Why are you speaking as a party participating in a tender?
Yeah.
If you are not a party to it.
It's unfortunate, Chair, Commissioner, this is how we would normally refer to each other. There are many instances in the chat where I say ours, which should have been him, where he say ours, where it should have been me. So it was a way that we would speak. And there are many inferences that I can also show you in this, where I say can we, whereas it meant you. It was just a way that we adopted of speaking. It was an informal conversation.
So you say all that you had was the raw documentation when the tender was issued and not Ngapesheya's documents.
Yes, Chairperson, that's what I'm saying.
Yes. Of course, I'm aware that you say that the language here that is in the text that Commissioner Baloyi has just referred to needs some refinement. But as it stands, it says, and has nothing in the document. So that obviously refers back to Ngapesheya. So if Ngapesheya has nothing in the documents, that could not possibly be reference to the raw documentation you have referred to.
Commissioner, it is in reference to grade B. Ngapesheya is grade B. There's nothing in the documents about grade B. That was the intention, and that was the understanding when I wrote this message.
Yeah, but it has nothing, it may well have been about grade B, but looking at the documents, it has nothing on what is required. And it can only be because you've gone through its documents that you are able to pronounce on what it has or does not have in the documents. That can only be in Ngapesheya's documents, not the raw documents. Otherwise, this is totally senseless.
Commissioner, with due respect, this was in reference to the tender document and the key requirements from the mandatory perspective. Within that, the requirement...
What could it possibly have had then from the raw data? Because it could either have had or not to have had documents based on what it had submitted. So you could only make that pronouncement based on what it had submitted. You say it has nothing in the documents.
So nothing
you could not pronounce on that based on the raw data, because the raw data has nothing to do with the specifics that is Ngapesheya's documents.
Yes, Chair. But I can pronounce on the key requirements is by the raw document. I was already aware.
That cannot assist you looking at the raw data without comparing with what Ngapesheya has or does not have. The raw data cannot assist you. So to keep referring to the raw data does not, cannot assist you.
Chair, I respectfully disagree with that notion. Those were the sequence of events. I looked at
those were the what?
That is what was happening, the sequence of events. I had the raw document. It required grade A. Ngapesheya is grade B. They had nothing in the documents about grade B. Unfortunately, in this stage...
And I'm sure if I ask you, let me know, and how had you established that Ngapesheya was grade B? I know what the answer is going to be, but let me hear it.
I was informed, Chair.
I knew that was going to be the answer. But what is sensible to me is that you actually had Ngapesheya's documents. You saw from the raw data what was required, which was grade A, and you looked at Ngapeshea's documents, you saw that it was grade B. That is why you are able to refer to the documents, which in context could only have been Ngapeshea's documents, but I will leave it at that.
Please look at 535 quickly. Same file, file 4.
Excuse me?
535.
Page 535.
Yes. Are you
I'm
there?
on page 535, Commissioner.
Are you there?
Yes.
So these are Ngapeshea's documents. And the SIRA grading, you see the recognized training qualification as of date of issue, grade B.
Yes.
That's the only place you could have picked that up. Because somebody telling you that Ngapeshea is grade B would have required that you verify it. You couldn't positively say, I know that Ngapeshea is grade B. What is required is something else. You must have seen this document on 535 for you to be able to positively state that Ngapeshea is grade B.
Commissioner, I did not see that document, firstly. Secondly, I was aware that it's grade B because I was informed. And thirdly, my job was to advise on the tender, on the raw tender document, whether is it grade A or B. They are grade B, there's no way they were going to qualify for that specific bid. And further to that, Commissioner, this has nothing to do with TMPD1 completely.
And it must be a coincidence then that this document also features in the chats and you didn't see it. It must be a coincidence that it finds its way into chat 357.
So, Commissioner, this was never sent to me, by the way. So I don't have these chats. I think S.C. Chaskelson was clear. These were chats between Sergeant Nkosi and DC Dlamini. I don't have that.
But it must be a coincidence that it features in the chats around the same time that the discussion about Ngapeshea's grading is taking place.
Commissioner, like I said, I've not seen those documents. They were never ever sent to me. Even the first set that the SC Chaskelson was referring to, I've never seen them. I'm only responding now because the Commission is posing questions to me.
And you remember what the tender documents were for which municipality?
I don't remember,
But they were
unfortunately.
delivered to you. You said you received the hard copy.
I had seen a hard copy, yes.
Thank you.
Let me show you why the answer you are giving is not correct when you say you had only the raw document. At that page 228, the WhatsApp message that we were looking at, it could not have been a raw by raw, you mean the standard tender document which is not completed, because in that same message, in the message after Ngapeshea is grade B, the very next message from you says, please send to US and request him to provide him with information for correction, right? So you're seeking a correction. You are sitting with a document which is completed in a way that you have determined or you've been told doesn't meet the requirements. Otherwise, a blank document doesn't require correction. If indeed you were working with a blank document or your standard tender document that was issued, there would be nothing for Ngapeshea to correct. You would simply have said, tell him he needs to submit a grade A certificate, but you're speaking about correction. So that is consistent with you were looking at a completed tender document of Ngapeshea and you picked up errors or shortcomings about it, which is that it is indicated grade B, and you're saying Dlamini must advise him to correct this, which you have seen. So it is not correct and it's not truthful for you to say the reference to documents where you say nothing in the documents speak to a blank standard tender document. What I'm putting to you is you were sitting with a Ngapeshea document. That is why you are advising Nkosi to tell Dlamini to tell Ngapeshea or Begi to make a correction. That's the only sensible construction of this series of WhatsApp messages, not what you're telling us. And the sensible construction is you were working off ngaphesheya's documents?
May I respond, Commissioner?
Yes, you may.
So respectfully, I disagree with that inference. Why I'm telling you that is these are my chats, and I understood what I was going to and what I was saying in reference to this. There's no assumption that I'm making in terms of this. Fortunate part is that these were informal, and there was no formality in the manner in which we were having these discussions. I did confirm to you as a commission that I had a raw document from that institution. I picked up one shortcoming. I stopped looking at the rest because I saw you're never going to make this if there's a shortcoming of this nature. If you want to get this matter resolved, please speak to yes, maybe he can advise you further on how to get this corrected. That was the notion around this discussion. It was not in relation to any tender document for the city of Tshwane. It was not in relation to TMPT1, and I did not have a completed set of documents for the entity in Kapeshe.
How do you answer?
Was it not a conflict of interest anyway for you to be, at the same time, around the same time, to be assisting a Pesheya with a tender, even if, according to you, there was a totally different tender and for another municipality? When Pesheya was competing for an award within your municipality, in a process where you were going to be one of the adjudicators as the chairperson of the bid adjudication committee, was that not a conflict of interest?
No, it was not, Chair. It had no relationship with the city of Tshwane at all. Further to that, why I'm saying no, I'm just trying to expand on that, Commissioner Kumalo, is that it had nothing to do with the city of Tshwane, firstly. Secondly, I did not look at I did not look at any attachments and conducted a physical assessment of what was there. I just looked at the raw document and provided advice on a key area, which is not done. You just forget about that. So there was no conflict of interest, firstly, because of those two reasons. Secondly, as a result of this tender that was already open. It hadn't closed at that point in time, and I was just giving friendly advice in a similar way where I would get informal legal advice from an attorney. It does not necessarily mean, who is a friend of mine for argument's sake, does not necessarily mean that that is something that I must pay that individual for, firstly, or that is something that I'm buying. It's simple advice. So it was no harm from my perspective because I was not involved in this tender. It had nothing to do with my employment. I only interacted with raw documentation as well.
For a chief financial officer, that's a very narrow view of a conflict of interest. You, by agreeing to assist, have come to have a relationship with this entity, not just a relationship, but a relationship in terms of which you assist that entity with the preparation of its bid. By preparation, I don't necessarily mean starting from the beginning, but at the point at which that bid was, you were requested to assist to make sure that that bid document was what it ought to be or to have been. And that same entity is participating as a competitor in a bid process which you are going to chair, at the stage of deciding with a view to a recommendation to the municipal manager to recommend whether to award or not to award. It's at the tail end of the process. You basically adjudicate. And you say there is no conflict of interest? In my view, that's a very, very narrow view of what a conflict of interest is.
Chairperson, if I may respond, I think firstly, there's no association between this and the city of Tshwane. That immediately absolved me of any conflict of interest. Besides, I've got no interest, whether financial or of any other sort, whether they receive or they are appointed within that area where I'm assisting in review, in looking at the raw documentation and what the requirements are. I've got no interest in that. I stand not to benefit. I have not been promised any monies. I have not been promised any funds. It's just merely a friend who specializes in these matters to have a look at what's key as per those documents. That's the context roughly on this. Secondly, providing advice when bids are open, it's the nature of my job. It forms part and parcel of that. I try to demonstrate as well that when I made a presentation on GM2 and GM3, even if this was a tender within the city of Tshwane, within the applicable open period, I am allowed to say, this is what you need, to clarify in general terms. This is a matter that was further escalated to the city's war room as a result of items of this nature serving as a red tape, if I might put it as such, where individuals were being disqualified for petty issues which could have easily been avoided had they understood the contents of the requirements of any bids. As long as it's within a particular open period, firstly. Secondly, as long as I don't interact and I provide general advice, which is what I did in this aspect, Chair.
This is different. Oh, sorry. This is totally different. This is your friend's brother's company.
Yes.
You assist that company for a bid, which, as you say, was for some other entity, whatever the entity was. So it's something that you have a close or intimate relationship with. You have said you are close friends with Sergeant Nkosi. So this is his brother's company. Based on what you are telling us, you did not even see a need to make a disclosure when the bids were being adjudicated and you were chairing that process. I'm sure, based on how you are responding to me now, you did not even see a need for a disclosure. In fact, I will suggest to you that you basically do not know what a conflict of interest is if you can have as narrow a view as you have, or as you have explained. Now, can you respond in particular to the fact that this is not just any entity, it's an entity belonging to your close friend's brother. You assist with the preparation of a bid. Is that not likely to give the perception, if this were to be known, is it not something that will give the perception that surely he's going to favor this company, even in the bid that he is adjudicating now? It's on that basis that I say that your view of a conflict of interest is very, very narrow. And I do not understand that coming from a chief financial officer. Please respond.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I see where you're coming from, but I must, with due respect, disagree with you. On the basis, firstly, that within the city of Tshwane, there's segregation of duties in terms of the appointment process, and there's no way whatsoever that I can do, Chair, to influence that process. Nothing at all. I demonstrated how that process worked, Chairperson.
There's nothing you can what?
There's nothing I can do to influence. And I have not influenced.
Conflict of interest is not necessarily about the reality of you actually doing something. It also concerns perceptions. Are you saying, as you are sitting there, that you are not aware of that? That conflict of interest only relates to what you may actually have done.
Chair,
Yes.
you gave me a loaded question. I need to respond to all aspects of that. I'm not ignoring everything else that you have raised.
Yes,
I
yes.
will touch on them. But I
Yes.
needed to touch on the most important factors first.
Yes.
And those most important factors, firstly, is I did not influence the process within the appointment of TMPD. I could not influence that process. My virtue at BAC was purely to provide oversight to ensure all compliance matters were adhered to, not to influence, to play an oversight on that.
My question is not about whether, as a matter of fact, you influence the process. That's not where I am. And you heard me and you heard the lengthy explanation I gave, and you have not addressed that. You choose to address whether you actually influence the process. That's not my question. Can you please answer my question now?
Apologies, Chairperson, I'm getting there. Your load question was extremely
Oh, no, you
loaded.
went quiet, I
No,
thought.
no, I was still
I'm
speaking.
sorry.
I was
Okay,
stopped
okay.
while
Please continue, please continue.
Secondly, Chair, me providing general advice on a bid that's outside the city without any expectation of inducement, payment, or anything of that nature, it can't say I've got a conflict of interest because I'm not interested in that. It's a general way of providing advice. Like I'm also saying, had it been at the city as well, if the prescription process was still open, it's normal to do that. And it's acceptable on a general terms. Secondly, in terms of the conflict of interest, I've got no interest in his brother's company. He's my friend. So, Chairperson, by virtue of people being friends with me, now, for an example, everyone needs to disclose wherever they are because I'm the friend of a CFO of another institution for argument's sake. That's a bit difficult, Chair, because I've got no interest in that. I'm not friends with his brother. I'm his friend. So, conflict of interest and another individual suffering as a result of this friendship would be extremely harsh. I had no interest. I was promised no gratification. Hence, at this point, I can formally confirm and disagree with the notion that I was conflicted. I was not conflicted on two aspects. I did not interact with physical documents. On general terms, looked and advised on a document that doesn't even relate to the city of Tshwane. Whilst this process was closed a long time ago, which relates to the city of Tshwane, I had no involvement or influence on that. Hence, I'm just trying to touch on the most important points that you raised, Chair, so I can have that on record on why I'm saying I respectfully disagree with that notion. I don't have an interest in his brother's company. Maybe it's unfortunate that I'm his friend, but I don't have an interest at that at all. I don't expect to receive anything from him or his brother.
Second, last question. So according to you, the test for conflict of interest is subjective and based on what you think. I did not. So according to you, the test for conflict of interest is purely subjective based on whatever that it is that you actually did or what you thought or what you believed. The test is subjective.
Chair, according to me, conflict of interest is if you are interested in a particular firm, you've got an association with its directors.
Can you please answer directly? Is it subjective? Is the test for conflict of interest purely subjective? Can you please answer the question directly, Mr. Minister?
No, Chairperson. Can I explain?
Yes.
My explanation, Chairperson, is that my understanding, the answer is no to your question. A further explanation is that, firstly, conflict of interest is if it's clear from my perspective when I read the documentation that I sign. Do you have an interest in the company or any of its directors? Is there an association of any sort? From my perspective, the answer was no. And it remains no, even at this stage, Chairperson.
Lastly, so basically, and I'm sure the answer is going to be in the affirmative. So from where you are sitting, you saw no need whatsoever to disclose that you had this relationship or interaction with Ngapesheya through Sergeant Nkosi. You would not even have seen a need to disclose.
No, Chair.
Thank you.
At that page 228, and I think what I want to raise with you is that it's either you're correct or you're truthful that this was a tender for another institution and not for Tshwane, or in fact, it was for Tshwane. And I want to suggest to you that at 228, where you say we need a grade A guards, that suggests that you're speaking for Tshwane, because at that time you are the CFO of Tshwane. So you are speaking, you're telling Sergeant Nkosi what your employer, what your institution needs. And for me, that is consistent with what you do at page 178, after you are given a list that we find at 177, which has Ngapesheya at item 2, that list where you are to deal with matters in order of priority. And your response to that list, first you say, thanks Mfowethu, I'm on top of this, but more importantly, and this is what I'm raising with you, at 178, right at the top, you say, this is ours, Mfowethu. This is the final list, right? So this is ours, Mfowethu, of a list that contains Ngapesheya. When you read that with 228, where you say we need grade A guards, speaks to a Tshwane tender in which you have an interest, and the interest being that Ngapesheya gets this contract, whether or not you're going to get money or not, your interest is that Ngapesheya gets this tender. So that's the first scenario, and I say to you that's a more probable picture of what was happening here. The second is what you are saying. The second possibility is just you can do notes of what I'm putting to you so that you can respond. The second is you're correct. The possibility is you're correct. This was for another institution, and you were assisting with completing the Ngapesheya documents so that they are successful in that tender with another institution. But that is still problematic for your position because you are promoting or rooting for the commercial success, financial success of Ngapesheya to succeed in that tender. And that must raise a problem for your position in the BAC as the chairperson, because on the one transaction, you clearly want Ngapesheya to succeed with another institution if we believe and accept that it was for another institution. Well, when you're a chairperson, we must accept that you still have the same interest and bias towards Ngapesheya that it must succeed, even if you get nothing. So on either scenario, it's not helpful to you. In the one, it's an outright case of an illegality, in fact. In the one where you are participating in the corruption of a tender process that is already underway at Tshwane. The alternative is you are promoting the financial interests of Ngapesheya in another institution, and that should have disqualified you to sit as a BAC chair in Tshwane 1, or in fact you should have declared. You may comment if you want to.
Thank you, Commissioner. With your permission, I would really like to comment on that. And commenting, I want to start on the first scenario that you gave. The first scenario that you gave, you mentioned that this is probable that this was for a City of Tshwane tender, and I'd probably say for TMPD 1. So I'm going to request us to do that same exercise and to test whether grade A guards were necessary for TMPD 1. This will, in some way or form, try and deal with this aspect conclusively now. So you look at the same annexes that I had provided on GM 13. On GM 13, I want to refer you to two places. The second bundle of my own submissions. In the message, it was clear that the requirement for that bid was grade A. If you look at page 156 of the second bundle, page 156 of the second bundle, right at the bottom, personnel per region, security personnel, 2 grade B or higher, meaning grade B is sufficient. Further to that, I want to take you to page number, just 1 minute. I'll take you to evaluation criteria. There we go. For argument's sake, we could refer to page 212 of my bundle, still, Commissioner Balloon. On my bundle, still page 212, right at the top, to validate that this was grade B and nothing more. So based on that, I would refer to the Commission to this instance and to state on record that there was no relationship whatsoever. So the first situation is completely not there. The first scenario that you have provided, Commissioner Waloy, is completely not existent because this was a requirement for grade B guards. The document that I was assessing was purely for grade A. So on those grounds, there's no relation whatsoever to that. And we can't, with all due respect, link that to 177 and 178. It's completely not related.
just ask you a question for clarification. In that page 212,
Yes,
there is a grade B supervisor
yes,
and there's a grade C
yes,
guard.
Yes.
And your certificate here is a grade B, the one that you were discussing with Commissioner Kumalo. So what is the relationship here?
so grade A,
Specifically, I'm asking B and C because
Okay.
you are referring us to 212
Yes.
as evidence to show
Yes.
that, in fact, the requirement of TMPD 1 was not A.
yes.
What do I see in 212? If
What you
could
see in
just explain
212 is firstly that you needed grade B or higher. So grade B was the highest that you needed. If you had grade A, it's just a plus. It's not going to score you any additional points. Grade C was the lower level guards. So in terms of hierarchy, there's grade A, B, and C guards. A is presumably the highest level, from my understanding. For this tender TMPD1, they needed only grade B and grade C. And Ngapashia, by virtue of having grade B as their director, they had grade C in terms of all other guards. So now I'm going to move over to the second scenario that you're bringing on board. And I will agree with you. I'm here to the Commission to present a true circumstance of what occurred. And this is what happened. This was for another institution, purely for another institution, where they had asked me for general advice, taking into account that I am a CFO and I specialize with issues of this nature. General advice did not interact physically with documents. That particular tender was still open. I gave that advice subsequent to having a look at the critical documents that were there. Chair, I did not actively want them to succeed. I just played my role to give general advice. With the evidence that we have in front of us in the communications, I did not actively want them to succeed. I was not interested in that. I was just interested in my role of giving advice as requested by a friend. I did not actively want them to win in this tender whatsoever. That was up to them in terms of what document they put in place, which leads them to be successful.
And what did you know about General Dlamini's involvement with this tender on the second scenario? I mean,
So-
why are you redirecting them to General Dlamini? This has nothing to do with Tshwane.
Yes. So at this point, I knew that General Dlamini and Sergeant Nkosi were very close. So I didn't want to take this matter any further. And I said, if you want any further advice, please speak to US. He also knows a lot about issues of this nature.
No. That's not what your message says. Your message says he must speak to, Dlamini must tell him to make a correction. So
Yes.
you knew that Dlamini is intimately involved. Otherwise, you would not have referenced Dlamini. You would have simply said to Nkosi, if this was a matter between you and Nkosi, you would have said to Nkosi, tell Begi to make that correction. You say, Dlamini must tell him to make the correction. So you know that General Dlamini is involved with whatever's going on.
Commissioner, I knew that they were close, hence I
No.
referred him to him.
Okay, all right, that's your answer.
Can I just clarify my understanding of how you explain these texts? That first one, Ngapashare is grade B and has nothing in the documents. You said that you hadn't seen Ngapashare's documents, that you knew that they were grade B only, and that this raw tender document for this third-party municipality or government required grade A. Is that what your version is?
I knew that from seeing the raw tender document.
From seeing the tender document,
Yes.
or the invitation to tender, yes.
Exactly.
So that third-party municipality or organ of state was asking for grade A guards, and you knew, because you could see the document.
Yes.
And you knew that Ngapashare had no grade A guards.
Yes.
But your next message says, Mfowethu, please send to US and request him to provide him with information for the correction.
Yes.
If Ngapashare has no grade A guards, how could they ever correct this problem?
Meaning they need to apply for that. That tender process was still open. They need to get advice on how the application process works to get an upgrade
Sorry, get an upgrade
to grade A.
to grade A.
Yeah.
So the advice that they were going to get from General Dlamini was how you can get an upgrade to grade A.
From my perspective, they had grade B. They were never going to be compliant for that. I had to refer them to someone who had more knowledge of SIRA in the security industry, which was the general at this instance. Hence, he would be in the position to give them further advice on what to do to get this issue corrected. There was nothing further I could do about that.
So you thought that General Dlamini could advise them on how to go about upgrading their SIRA status from B to A?
Precisely.
I see. Do you have any sense of how long that takes?
I don't know. I'm not aware. I don't know how that works.
And how long was this third-party tender bid open for?
Oh, with all due respect, SC, I don't recall.
You then say we need grade A guards. Who's we?
So it's this unfortunate way of how we refer to each other, and it's repetitive in these discussions. Even when it's something that involves him, we say ours. We've seen that on many occasions. I said we in this instance as well. It was a way that we used to speak. It was an informal discussion. There was nothing formal about this matter. I knew exactly. I knew he would be able to understand this. This was just our way of speaking.
So the we is an informal way that you refer to yourself, Sergeant Nkosi, and General Dlamini?
No. Sometimes I say we, you must do that. Sometimes he'd say ours, even though it's my responsibility or it's a matter that rests with me. So we use such terms interchangeably because I think at this point we had become good friends.
Brother for life. In
Yes.
you, I have found brother for life.
At this point, we were friends, Commissioner.
Brother for life.
Commissioner, we were friends.
I didn't understand you to take issue with that. In you, I found a brother for life.
Chair, I'm not taking issue. I'm responding and I'm saying we were friends.
This is more than friends. This is brothers for life.
And I did engage in my sworn affidavit that he had in fact become like a brother to me. He was there for me in an extremely difficult period of my life.
Yes.
And the support he had provided me, no one would have provided me such.
So he
So
was
at
like-
that point, he was really a brother to me.
He was like family.
He showed me,
Like, not family. He was like family.
he was like family, Commissioner. He wasn't family though. He was just a good friend of mine. So I'm not related to him.
Chairperson, I'm sorry to interrupt. I've asked my learned friend that in fact, I wanted to have it at 3 o'clock, just for a very brief adjournment, because it became clear to me that we are not going to finish today. And I indicated to him I need to make arrangements, of course, because I've got other briefs for tomorrow. I've been trying to deal with it through messaging, and I couldn't deal with it. So I'm extremely sorry to ask at this point if we can have a very short adjournment so I can try and make telephone calls. Officers, unfortunately, work on normal landlines and don't work on WhatsApp. So if you appreciate that.
It should not be more than 10 minutes, please.
No, it will definitely not be
Yes.
that long.
So I won't indicate a time. You'll indicate
No.
when we
It's
may,
most probably going to be short.
when to come back. All right, let's adjourn.
If you have a drink. Chairperson, I'm indebted for the short adjournment.
You are most welcome, Ms. Madlanga. Yes, Mr. Chaskalson?
Thanks, Chair. So your version is that these documents well, this advice that you were giving to Sergeant Nkosi related to a completely different contract or tender with a different municipality. And you didn't see any conflict of interest in advising Sergeant Nkosi and Ngapesheya in relation to a different bid at the same time as you were presiding over their bid to the city of Tshwane.
I wasn't presiding over the city of Tshwane bid. At this stage, it was not even an evaluation. It was not even at adjudication. At adjudication, Chair, it was 9 months down the line in about September, as previously indicated.
You were chair of the BAC that was going to make the award of this tender that was already in the tender process.
I agree with that.
And you saw no conflict there.
As previously indicated, there was no conflict. Chair, my answer, permission to explain again, in reference to the general scope of work that I was going to provide advice and guidance on, firstly. Secondly, in reference to referring them to other individuals who will be able to assist them. I did not interact with any documentation. The bid was also open at that stage. So I didn't see any conflict of interest by virtue of me not having any interest in the company as well.
I want to round off on this topic, but I want to round off by actually putting to you all of the common cause facts in relation to this contract, and then putting to you some inferences from that at the end of the common cause facts. So I'm just going to put common cause facts to you now. Don't want any comments. I just want you to accept whether these facts are common cause or not. We can then get into what inferences to draw from them at a later stage. So the first fact is that 57 bidders bid for this contract, TMPD1. Is that accepted?
Yes. I confirm, Chair.
Then the second fact is that on 11 March 2025, Sergeant Nkosi sent you the names of 2 of those bidders, El Shaddai and Ngapesheya.
Confirm.
You knew at the time that his message had been forwarded from General Dlamini.
On the 11th of March, I didn't know because there was no common factors that we have, like your captain, etc. This was...
Sorry, if I can take you back to that 3rd of March message. You'll recall that 3 messages were forwarded simultaneously to you by Sergeant Nkosi, all with the same timestamp.
So it's on 148.
Page 148. So the first one, they all have the same timestamp, 121.43, 121.43, 121.43. And the last one has the language of General Dlamini in it.
Yes.
Did you? I thought we'd established at the time that you realized that they all 3 came from General Dlamini because they all had the identical timestamp. But if not, then by all means say so. I'm interested in the first one, not in the second and the third.
Okay.
Did you realize at the time that that first one, the 2 vehicles for land on Ngapesheya Security Services, El Shaddai Security Services, that one came from General Dlamini through Sergeant Nkosi?
Yes, Chair. with the request to check for compliance.
Then the next fact is that those two bidders, Ngapashe and El Shaddai, are subsequently two of the 7 bidders who win the tender more than 6 months later, pursuant to a decision taken by the meeting of the BAC on 25 September 2025 that you chair. So let's take it step by step. Those two, Ngapashe and El Shaddai, are 2 of 7 bidders who ultimately get awarded a contract through this tender process. You accept that?
I accept that. Permission to just explain. After a thorough process had been followed, with the verification of external probity teams.
That award takes place pursuant to a decision of the BAC on 25 September at a meeting that you chair.
I confirm that.
You can, I'm going to give you all the time in the world to comment later. I just want to establish which of the facts are common cause.
I confirm that, Chair, but okay.
You now realize, even though you didn't at the time, that Sergeant Nkosi was asking you to rig the tender in favor of those 2 bidders. Do you accept that?
Chair, I'm not going to say yes or no. I qualified this with all due respect. Firstly, by virtue of persistent, I made up my own inference. There's no conclusive evidence for me to accept that. But due to the persistent nature of the request and how they came about, I, in my mind, saw it at that. But I can't conclusively say with objective evidence that I was asked to rig a tender. The request that was sent to me was to check for compliance.
Certainly at the time of the first message, your evidence is that you thought Sergeant Nkosi was just asking you to check for compliance.
Yes.
You knew at all times that you could not check for compliance because the document should be under lock and key at BEC and you should have no sight of those documents until they serve before you at the BAC.
I knew that and I couldn't assist, and I can also confirm I had no sight of those documents at any point whatsoever.
You didn't send any written message to Sergeant Nkosi telling him that you could not check for compliance because that would be an improper interference with the BEC, but you say you told him this in a call after that, well, at the time of that first message.
Yes, SC.
Although General Dlamini should have known that any inquiry on your part in relation to Ngapashe or El Shaddai would be an improper interference with the BEC, you took no action in relation to what appeared to be his request that you check for compliance in relation to those 2 companies.
I took no action because at this point in time there was no action to be taken.
Despite the fact that you allegedly made clear to Sergeant Nkosi on 11 March that you could not do anything to check the compliance of Ngapashe and El Shaddai, 1 week later, on the 18th of March, he sent you another message with those 2 names, and you understood him to be asking again for you to check for their compliance.
The persistence was continuing, Chair, and this is why it was at this point where I mentioned to the Commission that I really started to suspect that this is him playing me for a fool in terms of saying, please assist in terms of ensuring that this is awarded. Hence, I also played along, and I used the method better known as huffing and puffing, but I did not assist in any way or form.
And as part of your huffing and puffing, you responded to that message saying, thanks, my bro.
Yes.
And you chose to do that instead of sending him a message in writing saying that what he was asking you to do was impossible and improper.
Yes, SC. And the reason for that, as stated earlier on, I had no conclusive evidence that he was asking me to do something that's improper. What I had was him asking me to check for compliance. I was not willing to start any conflict by virtue of me not having any conclusive evidence. He would have just told me straight, but I didn't ask you to do that. Why are you even saying that? So I chose to deal with this matter in a delicate matter and wait for him to be clear on what his thoughts and what he wants me to do. I took it on the basis that we had a discussion, it was a check for compliance. I see.
You did not consider a request to check for compliance when a bid has closed. You didn't consider that to be improper, that request.
No, it was improper. Hence, I told him from the beginning that it's improper. And I did make that clear to him.
Also on 21 March, the Deputy Mayor told you that Action SA and EFF had asked him to interfere with the tender by putting forward 5 companies. Is that correct?
That's correct. But also just to qualify, it was a statement of warning that be careful, there are people purporting to try and influence the process. We need to safeguard this by all means possible.
But the fact was that he had told you that the EFF and Action SA had asked him to put forward 5 companies for this tender.
My understanding at the time was that, hence I have agreed. I just requested your permission to explain, and I think I've provided that explanation on the context behind. Be careful, we need to safeguard the process accordingly. We cannot allow this to jeopardize the city's tender processes. That was the discussion with the Deputy Executive Mayor.
You forwarded the message from the Deputy Mayor to Sergeant Nkosi.
Yes. To explain further, the reason for forwarding him this message was also to plant the discussion that I had with him on 148. This is sent on 152, well after he had started inquiring about these issues. The purpose of that was to try and cement the point that there's nothing I can do to assist you with this. This is a process that is against the law.
You at no stage raised the threat of interference from Action SA and EFF with the compliance people.
The answer to that is yes. Can I request permission to explain further? Chairperson, in this country, we need to be extremely certain when you raise any threat of interference by any parties. You need to ensure that you have conclusive evidence to justify your case. We've seen what happens to whistleblowers. We've seen that people die in this country for raising matters with concrete evidence. In this case, in point, I had no concrete evidence. The only discussions that were there were individuals asking me to do something that they thought was lawful, which was of course unlawful, and I was clear on how I dealt with that. It would have been extremely reckless and irresponsible for me to do that without the appropriate evidence to back up my claim, not only for myself, Chair, but for my family.
But you're sharing it with somebody else as a fact. You forward this to say, and you said to us earlier that you said, see what others are doing. So you have formed a view that this is a fact. Action SA and EFF have said to Mr. Modise that he must submit only 5, and they also want to interfere. You've given us all of that explanation. So you have formed a view as you share it with Sergeant, because it's not as if you are in doubt about it. Certainly from your explanation, you didn't express any doubt about the veracity of what is contained here, and what is being discussed with you is you do nothing about it. In fact, you do something, you share it with an outsider. Within the city, you do nothing about it.
Chair, context of that message, firstly, I don't have and I didn't have any conclusive evidence. Secondly, sharing it with the outsider who was purporting to asking me to do the same thing. It would be helpful for me to desist the persistence from continuing further. That was the context of sharing that in order to try and make the matter solid within Sergeant Nkosi's mind on why I say I cannot assist on this matter.
hear your answer, but I must say it doesn't make sense.
Sorry, Commissioner, we didn't hear what you said.
So I hear his answer, but it doesn't make sense, his answer.
Do you want to comment on that, Mr. Mnisi?
With all due respect, yes, I do. These were the sequence of events. For me to raise any threat, I need to justify to my superior with concrete evidence on why I'm saying this is there, Chairperson. Without having that, the city manager would be saying, put systems in place to safeguard the process. Because I wouldn't be in a position to even justify to him what I'm saying. He would say, we are seeing these messages, we are seeing this communication, show me verbatim where you are seeing unlawful instruction. Hence, I'm saying, Chair, without that being on board, there's no way that I could have taken a risk of that nature without being safeguarded. We've seen what had happened. We had a point in time where my security personnel was withdrawn for no reason whatsoever. So I need to be sure when I raise issues of this nature, and I need to be able to back that up with concrete evidence.
Let's continue with the sequence. We've now got to 25 March. And you've now told Sergeant Nkosi twice that you cannot do anything to check the compliance of Ngapesheya or El Shaddai. You've never done that in writing, but you say you've done it twice in calls. He now asks you, now sends you a message for the third time with the two names, Ngapesheya and El Shaddai. And you understood him again to be asking to check for their compliance.
I understood him to be checking.
Again, for the third time, to be asking you to check compliance on those companies.
Is this on page 177?
No, it's not 177, it is 157.
So on 157, Chair, like I'm saying, that's what I suspected and I ignore him. Because at this point in time, due to the persistence, I had already made up my mind, thought about this, that this is more than just checking compliance. In my mind, I already formulated that and it was known to me.
You were supposed to have a meeting with Sergeant Nkosi and General Dlamini later that day of the 25th of March. But General Dlamini didn't arrive at the meeting.
Yes.
So instead, you just spent 45 minutes with Sergeant Nkosi.
Roughly 45 minutes, yes, I see.
After your 45 minutes with Sergeant Nkosi, but still on the same day, Sergeant Nkosi forwarded you another message from General Dlamini with a list of 7 companies, saying that these were the 7 companies that Victor Khopa, the chair of the BAC, said were his mandate. And the mandate was alleged to have come from someone called Nico. You're nodding your head, so you accept all of that?
I accept all of that.
And you didn't know who Nico was, but Sergeant Nkosi has now explained that it was Nico Matobela.
Yes, Chair, I didn't know who Nico was and I still don't know who Nico Matobela is.
Nico Matobela was certainly not any person who had any legitimate role to play in the procurement process relating to TMPD1.
I don't know Nico Matobela. I'm not aware of him being an employee at the city of Tshwane. So as far as I'm concerned, he might be an outsider, I don't know.
But the fact that the BEC chair had apparently been given a mandate from an outsider to appoint 7 companies was not an issue that you saw fit to raise with anybody.
You see, Chair, firstly, the BEC chair needs to come on board and raise this issue with me. Thirdly, any of these companies that were there, in any case, were disqualified for various reasons, as we have seen. So at this point in time, I was not even interested in this. My pure interest was to safeguard the process, 1. 2, get an alert that could serve as concrete evidence for me in order to enable any potential escalations.
You didn't see fit to raise the allegation that someone had given a mandate to the chair of the BEC, with the chair of the BEC himself.
Chair, I can't raise it with him. I would now be actively interfering in the BEC process. This is a BEC that's independent, and they need to ensure that they don't discuss anything of the BEC, the work that they do outside the committee itself. I, as the CFO, am not allowed to ask for progress, status quo, of any nature whilst that process is ongoing. By law, I can't interfere. That would be interfering. So I would wait for the BEC chair to raise this as an alarm and say, I've got a problem now. This is what's going on. As part and parcel of that, I could effectively use that submission as part of my evidence of escalating further. In the absence of that, I just need to ensure that we safeguard the process, be alert of any concrete evidence that I need to obtain, which will enable me to escalate the matters further. At this point in time, there was nothing that was there.
You certainly didn't raise it with the probity investigators when they were later charged with investigating the probity of this tender.
I was comfortable of the probity exercise, taking into account I know the stringent process that they undertake, the stringent process of document analysis, the various systems that they use, not only in terms of validating handwritings and signatures, they've got intense processes that they utilize. I was supportive of that process, and I felt I could place full reliance on that. Secondly, on the basis that this is an external firm who's got absolutely no interest and wants to ensure that the process is seamless. I placed significant reliance on that process. It is an external party. It's a third-party confirmation, which is superior and authoritative in nature.
But we know from you that probity sometimes gets it wrong. We know about the truck issue. We know about the financial statements issue.
Yes, we do. We've seen that.
So you couldn't be confident that everything they did would be 100%.
Chair, if we were to operate in that manner, we'll never trust anything, because at this point in time, almost every external certification step is based on human intervention and human analysis. The point is, are those matters picked up at a certain point in time? Are the internal controls strong enough to have a debate or a discussion on those matters? I mean, we've had instances where sometimes auditors get issues wrong, and those are third parties as well. So internal controls are key to identify any mishaps, even from third-party confirmation perspective, taking into account that these are also human beings. But by virtue of these guys being external independent individuals, it carries significant weight because it lessens the burden in terms of worrying of any particular interest. But further, I am happy that internal controls are strong and they are able to pick up any deficiencies within that process as well.
Straight after the message about the alleged mandate of Victor Gorpa was sent to you, you receive another message, also forwarded by General Dlamini through Sergeant Nkosi, which lists 7 companies which are described as, well, message reads, Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given Kumfuetu in order of priority. You confirm you received that?
I confirm I received that. Also permission to just explain on that.
Well, can I just, you'll have a permission, you'll get an opportunity to comment. As I understood your evidence, you decided to huff and puff at this point because you suspected they were asking you to interfere improperly. Is that correct?
Correct. At this point, I knew there was more than just compliance. Even though from their perspective, it was still compliance in inverted commas, I had to huff and puff because I was aware.
And so you responded by sending 2 texts. The first is, thanks Mfowethu, I'm on top of this. And the second is, this is ours Mfowethu, this is the final list, right?
Correct. I sent those messages by way of huffing and puffing.
And your huffing and puffing seems to have succeeded because the response of Sergeant Nkosi was, yes, it's our final list.
Also, just to, yes, that my answer and permission to just expand SC is that from there moving forward, no further inferences were made in terms of me assisting in compliant checks in reference to this bid. Hence, my huffing and puffing helped me deal with this persistence that I had been facing.
Agreed with his final list. There's nothing further to do. You're on the same page as far as what his final list is. He doesn't need to come back because you said it's a final list, he confirms. So as far as you are concerned, everything is in order. Why does he need to come back? Because final list is agreed.
That's the point of huffing and puffing, Chair. That's the exact point of huffing and puffing.
So I don't understand how it supports what you are trying to say, because if he says this is our final list, right? Or you are saying that and he says, yes, that's the final list. It means the final list of 7 is set. There's no further debate. There's no need for further requests because there is the list. He's happy with it. You are happy with it. That's the end of it.
Yes, spot on, Chair. But your understanding, I just need to qualify on that and on my reason for saying why I had to entertain him. This issue was going to persist right through to the end. I had really seen that this was a situation wherein it was more than just compliance under the pretext of just compliance. Even though I don't have conclusive evidence to say that at this point, but why should I continue entertaining that and have this matter haunting me indefinitely? I played the same game that they were playing. They were huffing at me in terms of just checking compliance. I did the exact same thing. It helped me, because I needed no longer to deal with any of these issues moving forward.
I think you're missing my point, Mr. Mnisi. I'm saying to you, there was no need for him to send you further lists or to require you to do anything further because you say to him, this is ours, Mfethu, this is the final list, right? And then he confirms. So the issue is finalized.
Chair, the issue is not finalized. That's exactly what I wanted to achieve. I needed to get him off my back. If he thinks it's finalized, that's his thought process on its own. On my perspective, I know exactly what I meant.
And that the same 7 companies on his final list, those are the companies that were awarded?
No, not all of these companies are awarded. From my looking at this list, 3 of them are awarded out of the 7.
4 out of 7.
Oh, okay, that's 4. But not all of them were awarded.
Thank you.
When you ask in that page where you ask, this is ours, Mfowethu, ours as against whose?
We addressed this at first.
Yeah, no,
This-
address it, you can address it again. This is ours, Mfowethu, as against whose?
Yes. So the purpose of this is ours, meaning this is the final list. I put a question mark. It was the informal nature of our discussions. What I meant with this was, this is the final list. This is our final list. This is the final list. The
No.
context of how the informal nature has been termed, might not make sense now, but that's what I meant by that.
No, you're asking 2 different questions. However you read this, in whatever context, whatever formulation and repositioning of what's written there, it's 2 different questions. The first question is, this is ours, Mfowethu. And a second different question is, this is the final list, right? So I'm asking you about the first one. When you say this is ours, Mfowethu, my question is, as against whose list? Because we are talking about a list, and you
Yes.
confirming with him that this is yours.
Yes.
As against whose list?
Commissioner, I wasn't comparing with any list that have been received. I was merely stating the fact that this is the final list by way of huffing and puffing, so this matter could stop from my end. That's what I meant when I sent this message.
So we should not read, we should consider the first question as not written, because the 2 do not coalesce into one question. In any construction, they don't. There are 2 different questions. Your response suggests or means to me that then I must consider the first question as not written, because with both questions you were conveying, according to you, that this is the final list. That's what you were asking him. This is the final list, right?
Yes, but permission to expand, Commissioner. The context of that could have easily stopped at this is ours, Mfethu. And I know in instances when I deal with informal matters, I respond extremely quickly. I could have easily deleted it. I don't know why I didn't make those necessary corrections. But what I meant when I was sending this is what I've just explained, that this is the final list.
But, okay, can we just work, I want to see if you're happy to agree this. Let's work with the text as it is,
Yes.
right? Do you accept that the text, even before you explain it, do you accept that the text conveys two different questions, the text?
Yes, I agree to
You
that,
accept
Commissioner.
that?
Yes.
Okay. And so I shouldn't not read one. I should try and find a way to reconcile them. I must not disregard any one of them because it's two different questions.
That's my request, Commissioner. I don't want to say to you, just completely disregard the first one because it's there, unfortunately.
And you say we must disregard the first question, this is ours in 482, and rather go with the question that asks, this is the final list, right?
That's what I meant.
Okay, thank you.
Now, while this process is still before the BEC, you are advising Ngapashea on what you say is another tender with another municipality.
Based on the submission and the scrutiny of those documents, I can say with surety, it's not based on what I'm sharing, I'm certain it was not anything in relation to the city of Tshwane, but I can confirm that I did provide general advice on what the requirements are.
And in the context of that process, you send a message that says we need grade A guards. So if it's not a tender for the city of Tshwane, then by referring to we, you're referring to Ngapashaya as part of we.
So firstly, this is not part of the city of Tshwane. I had tried to clarify on that inference where there was two scenarios that was raised by Commissioner Baloy. This is grade A that was needed. There's nothing in TMPD 1 which required grade A. I had respectfully thought we had dealt with that matter. And my only concern now is that, yes, I did advise after seeing a document from another institution on the key terms of reference. But I again refer you to that. But further, the score sheets that are there are score sheets that I was provided to SC in terms of bundle 4. We could see where those score sheets engaged. I'm just adding further to that inference if we still think I might have interfered. But it does not.
Sorry, Mr. Mnisi, I think we're at cross purposes. I'm just putting to you the common cause facts. I'm not
Okay.
going back to debate whether this was for a Tshwane tender or another tender. You say that this was for a third-party municipality or organ of state tender.
Yes.
And in that context, you send a text saying we need grade A guards.
Yes.
We.
Yes.
Which suggests that we refers to yourself and Ngapashea.
This is how we used to speak. It referred to me and Sergeant Nkosi, not me and Ngapeshea. This is also one of the key questions that I received, that in some instances we interchangeably used those like we, ours, to a point where Commissioner Kumar even said brothers for life. That's what I was trying to explain when I was saying that. We did not mean City of Tshwane. We did not mean me, Ngapeshea, meant me, Sergeant Nkosi. That's how we used to normally speak, but that's what I meant when I said we need that.
So you and Sergeant Nkosi needed grade A guards for the Ngapashea tender?
No, not me. That's what he needed. In a normal inference, we would refer to each other interchangeably as we and ours. There are many other inferences within the chat where you see that, where it's something that purely deals with me alone, but he would say ours. Where it's a matter where it deals with him alone, I would say we should be worried, for argument's sake, where it's got nothing to do with me completely. So I'm just trying to bring that inference to when I said we, it does not necessarily mean Sergeant Nkosi, it means you. But that's how we spoke due to the nature of the relationship and how it had developed over time.
Well, let me take you to another instance where you use we quite clearly to refer to Ngapashea, yourself and Sergeant Nkosi in relation to a tender at the city of Tshwane. Can you go to page 99? You have it?
I've I've got page 99.
And there you'll see that on the 7th of January at message time 8:55:35, which is 10:55 in real time, you send a screenshot to Sergeant Nkosi advertising a tender for the supply, delivery and offloading of refuse bags for the city of Tshwane for a period of 3 years as and when required. And the message underneath says, Mfwethu, I've sent the above to Becky, in other words, to his brother. We need to regroup on it. What is we regrouping on a tender about?
So firstly, let me clarify a few things. This was a tender that was advertised on the 12th of December. Sent it to him on the 7th of January. There's nothing sensitive about that. There's nothing confidential, something in the public domain. I think that's the first clarification I want to bring on board. Second, it hadn't closed, it was still open. Regrouping was me giving them advice in terms of what the key administrative requirements are, mandatory requirements, as well as key evaluation criteria. This seemed like something easy, and if you get that right, the competition would now be purely based on pricing. As I've stated earlier on, it is allowed by law. This is a matter that was even escalated by the city service delivery war room. So the regrouping, that meant giving advice on an open tender within the city in reference to administrative, mandatory, as well as evaluation criteria in a general context. The we, again, it's just the way we used to speak. And I'm happy you're raising this because it is one of the items where it does validate that. We does not mean me, him, and Kapeshe. I've got no interest in that. It was just a way of speaking.
Sorry, can you just clarify what is allowed by law? You selecting one potential supplier and advising them on how they should comply with the requirements, and then you later on evaluating the same tender. You say that is allowed by law?
No, I'm saying what's allowed is to explain where clarification matters.
No, but here you are selecting one service provider, potential, and you are saying, give this to your brother, presumably so that he can submit a bid, and you must regroup to advise him on how he must complete, so that the only thing remaining is the price. And then you are going to later on evaluate the same tender.
I will not evaluate, I would adjudicate.
Adjudicate?
Yes.
Yes. So you say that's what is allowed by law?
Chair, that the context of this was me to provide general clarification. And I could provide general clarification on anyone who asked me that. He had asked me in previous instances on this matter. It started with the matter in terms of the vendor number. During those discussions, he had asked me.
So you do it with all the bidders, or you choose one and you only give advice to that one?
Bidders are at liberty to ask me. And it does happen, where they send formal clarification emails, and we provide that as well.
And you meet with them to regroup with them to
If needs be,
them.
Chair, they are invited to come on board, and we would discuss them physically if they still maintain that they can't understand them. As long as the bid is still open, and as long as you don't interact with any documentation. And also, maybe for the House to know, they were unsuccessful because they didn't meet any of those mandatory requirements. So even if I did do that, it didn't assist because they didn't comply with the ambits of the law, and they were not awarded on this bid. But the principle and the prescripts behind that, it is allowed, Chair. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as there's no physical interference in interaction with documentation from those bidders.
The print here is very fine, so you can correct me if I'm wrong. But I understand you to be saying this was a bid or a tender that was open.
Yes.
You were bringing it to Beggy's attention. When you say in your message, I've sent the above to Beggy,
Yes.
you were alerting him.
No. So in previous discussions, that he had told me that he had seen this, Sergeant Kosi. So I was confirming if this is the one, then I'm sending it to him. He had raised this to me. It was in the public domain since the 12th of December. This was the 7th of January in this time. So they were already aware of it. It wasn't me initiating anything, Commissioner Balon.
Why were you sending this to Beggy if this tender is in the public domain? And my focus is not whether it was or not in the public domain. So let's not make that the conversation. But now that you have said that, if this tender is in the public domain, so presumably Beggy is aware of it, presumably, why are you sending it to him if you are not alerting him to, hey, friend, there is a tender like this?
No, I was confirming that this is the one. I was not actively alerting him. We had a discussion previously, and this was by way of me confirming. Some individuals
sorry, finish?
Yes, Chair, that was a confirmation.
So you were confirming to him what?
But if
sorry,
this is the
I'm
one-
not understanding your
Okay,
explanation.
so I was confirming if this,
Message as it stands now, it is you have sent this to Becky. That's all it is. And then the next thing you say is different. You say we need to regroup on it. And your explanation is it was to advise him about how to complete it. And I'm summarizing how to complete it minus price. So that price is the only issue. So you're conveying two different things. You sent it to him, come, let's meet so I can help you complete. That doesn't square up, for me at least, with you were asking for confirmation from him whether this is the tender that he was talking about. Because the regrouping, you must be planning to regroup about something that you are certain about. You are certain it is this tender that you are sending to him. There is certainty about it. That's why the invitation to regroup.
okay. Commissioner, firstly, the intention around that, it was a reminder. We had a discussion about this previously. Me was just confirming, is this what you were talking about earlier on? Secondly, I did not help complete. I just want to get that clear. I'm not allowed to help complete documentation. I'm not allowed to interact with submissions by law, but I am allowed to explain critical evaluation criteria, mandatory documentation, and mandatory requirements if needs be. That was the context of this message.
What does that mean? I mean, the tender document does tell, and that provide explanation. It tells all bidders what information they should be providing in the document, right? And what should accompany that document. And that's what everybody gets evaluated on. So when you say you were going to be advising them about evaluation criteria, and by the way, this is not the first time that Ngapesha, if we look at the sequence of messages, it's not the first time that Ngapesha is submitting a bid. And so I'm not sure that, it's not clear to me that they would have required your advice about what is the evaluation criteria, among other things.
Yes.
So can you just then explain what were you going to be advising Becky and Sergeant Nkosi about relating to this tender?
Yes, Commissioner, like I said, it was purely to advise if needs be, in terms of administrative, mandatory, and evaluation criteria. Nothing else and nothing more. They had submitted many bids, they were unsuccessful. Equally with this bid, they were unsuccessful because they did not comply with whatever requirements that were raised. So bidders don't understand compliance document. We just looked at item C and D, which said we want companies, rates and taxes, but then D says also individuals. So most people misinterpret that and only consider one. That's why, Commissioner, I even attached annexure GM2 and 3, because this matter was so persistent. It was even escalated to the echelons of the city service delivery wall.
No, I do understand that. I don't think you need to repeat that over and over and spend time on that, as much time as you're spending on it. We are speaking about a very specific bid. This is not general, the general issues that you advise bidders on. There's a specific tender. You alert a potential party to it, and then you say, we need to regroup on it. So you are actually he's not asked you, he's not said to you, and that's not being your evidence. You're not saying, he said to you, I don't know how to complete it, or I want advice from you. You initiate on your story or on your account, you sent it to him to confirm if this was the bid he was talking about. And then, in addition to that, you say, we need to regroup on it. So here you are, chairperson of the BAC, inviting a very specific party who wants to bid, who you're suggesting they should bid. In fact, I want to say that to me, this looks like you were alerting him to a tender and you wanted him to submit, and you needed to get together so that you can discuss what you're discussing about completing that tender. And you are chairperson of the BAC that is going to be adjudicating that very bid, and you see nothing wrong with that. Even in hindsight, you don't see anything wrong with it if you didn't see it at the time.
Chair, firstly, I did not actively alert. I am giving context. I think some of these matters, unfortunately, there is an element of restriction to what we have in front of us. But the context behind this was not me actively alerting. It was a confirmation taken into account from a previous discussion that we had. How I'm validating that is that this was already in the public domain. I know you say it's not relevant, Chair, but with due permission, it forms a critical component, part of my explanation, and that they had seen it. It was just a confirmation. Secondly, regroup if needs be. If you need clarification, I'm available. If you need clarification on these matters, only restricted to this, I'm available for that. And ultimately, Chair, they were not compliant. They were not awarded on this bid in any case because they failed to meet the minimum requirements, which means matter is falling dead on this aspect, and I did not interfere and I could not interfere, regardless of whether I sat at BAC.
Yeah. Well, the last thing I want to say is your text doesn't say we regroup if need be, which is completely different from what is written here. What is written here is we need to regroup on it. It's quite positive. It's not open-ended as to it's up to Begi and Sergeant Gosi. You actually say we do need to get together about it. That's my last comment on it.
Chair, before we move on,
Yes.
it's just unfortunate that messages are informal, and that's what I meant at this point. So I want to give that as my advice, as my testimony to the Commission in terms of clarifying the content of that discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sosa.
Chair, we've gone long past 4 o'clock.
Let's go until past, perhaps.
I'm sorry, Chair. I should
Or should we stop here?
Can I ask if we can adjourn at this point? I did assure my learned friend that we'd never run much beyond 4 o'clock.
I saw Ms. Van
Yeah,
den
Chairperson,
Heeven
I don't want to discuss it in public, but it's very difficult to go past 4. Thank you.
Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.